Rodgers is chasing his dirty girlfriend right now, and she's like having nothing to do with it.
How weird is that?
It's very weird. But it goes back to, life lessons. Tell your kids, break up with their significant other before they get broken up with, because it typically goes bad.
Do we need a live read? Are we done here? Because I want to ask a quick question.
A library?
Live read.
Oh, no, we're good. That was Vulcan Tires, 3 and out.
Yeah,
with all
4
the
locations at online VulcanTireAuto.com.
With all the quarterback moves that are going on by quarterback-hungry teams, does this tell you what these teams think of the draft quarterbacks, the draft-eligible quarterbacks this year? Like Redskins trading for Carson, or the Commanders trading for Carson Wentz.
I mean, they were easily in a place they probably could have got Kenny Pickett.
Yeah, I mean, they were going to draft quarterback. That tells you what they think about the quarterbacks,
or
doesn't
Malik
it?
Willis.
Or Malik, or whoever they wanted.
And they still could. If that plan is, look, we're going to get Carson Wentz for 2 or 3 years, we're going to groom them.
Yeah. So you don't think it is...
I could still see them take a quarterback.
Yeah. Okay. So you don't think this is a commentary on what Denver thinks of the quarterback draft?
I think it is a commentary.
What Washington thinks of the quarterback draft?
It's F those picks. It's the motto of Les Snead and the Rams that everybody thought was so stupid. And look, it really was. If Tampa Bay comes back and wins that divisional game, people are looking at the Rams and saying, what a failure this season was.
Yeah. But again, Tampa Bay did it the year before. You win when you can win, and it is now for Green Bay. Matt Smith, SouthernPigskin.com, since Peyton Manning left. Starting opening day quarterbacks for the Colts, 2017, Scott Tolzien. 2018, Andrew Luck. 2019, Jacoby Brissett. 2020, Phillip Rivers. 2021, Carson Wentz. 2022, someone else.
But this is another, the Colts, as Ian Rappaport is pointing out, that's another team that's probably in the Jimmy G sweepstakes.
God, I mean, I'm getting screwed here.
Look, and I'll tell you, the Colts have got that roster. I mean, Chris Ballard has built a great roster, and they can't get quarterback right. They're getting the guys at the wrong time. From Rivers to Wentz, Jimmy G could be the guy.
Come on, Jimmy G. Hold out. Go south, young man. Go south. That's our show today. We're back live tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Don't forget, nextroundlive.com. Nextroundlive.com. Go and enter our bracket challenge there. Let's get the numbers up big for our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. Exclusive Auto Wholesale, Highway 31 in Pelham. We're back tomorrow. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
It's that time of year again. Come party with Redmont Vodka for March Madness. This year, the Next Round is partnering with Redmont Vodka to bring you the biggest March Madness ever. Step 1, register at redmontvodka.com/final pour. Step 2, March 13th, the link to Charles Barkley's Final Pour will be emailed to you. Step 3, submit your picks before the first game. And Step 4, share that you've submitted on your social media and make sure to tag at Redmont Vodka and at Next Round Live. It's all brought to you by Redmont Vodka. Live legendary responsibly. And the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Special announcement regarding lanceslock.com and something we've never done before on the site. For the NCAA tournament, we are guaranteeing you a winning tournament for only $200. Get every lock we have on the NCAA tournament, and if we don't have you winning at the end of the tournament, you get your money back. Winning guaranteed. To get on board with us, DM us on Twitter @LancesLock is the handle, or shoot us an email to admin@lanceslock.com and ask for the tournament hookup. Just $200, winning or your money back. lanceslock.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Here we go, live show now on a Thursday. Glad to have you along. I won't be here next week for St. Patrick's Day, and I've got to dress up a little bit tomorrow. So I went with my Legion FC, who opens the season this week's St. Patrick's Day commemorative T-shirt today, because I think a lot of people will start their St. Patrick's Day celebrations. There are a lot of parties this weekend for St. Patrick's Day. I think it starts tonight.
You think so?
Wow.
I don't think anybody has a St. Patrick's Day party.
That's not true.
No,
Who do you know that has a St. Patrick's Day party?
My friends at a place I like to call the Little Red Shamrock.
Yeah, they're just selling dreams. So they don't really care.
I think they do St. Patrick's Day probably 365. St. Patrick's Day to me was really fun in my 20s and into my 30s, but I don't get into it nearly as much.
Well, I'll be in Las Vegas for it, so it'll be a big day. In fact, I'm looking to buy a Kiss Me I'm Irish T-shirt somewhere in Birmingham. If you know of a place, let me know. Or if you just want me to loan me yours.
Might be dangerous to wear that to Vegas.
Yeah. Well, I've seen
you get solicited without that.
Yeah, I know. If you can't get kissed in Vegas, you ain't got to be Irish.
Well, I'm looking forward to that trip next week. I'll be out there Wednesday through Monday, or back home in a body bag somewhere between those two dates.
I highly suggest that if you're leaving Wednesday, what time are you leaving Wednesday? Do you know yet?
I'm flying out, I think, around noon. Yeah, 12:35.
I would go to Hydra Live early, and I would get a bag.
Seriously. You're going to pre-Hydra?
Every time I go to Vegas, I pre-bag. Because most people wait, and you can do the post too.
Pre-bag.
But most people, they just assume, hey, look, when I come back with a hangover, then I'll get the fluids. Get the pre-bag, you're hydrated before you go out there.
So who do I contact? Just Nurse Sally, or just call Hydra Live straight up and tell them, hey.
I got you hooked up, man.
All right.
Yeah, Kyle and Britt, the guys, we'll get it set up.
All right. So I'll be pre-bagging before I go to Las Vegas next week with our friends at Hydra Live, and we've got the over here on our big screen lower right. We're going to have the Players Championship that's underway today. We'll keep you updated with our Vulcan Tire leaderboard update live throughout the show. I think we have Power Conference basketball tournaments that start at 10:30 today. I think we got Michigan and Indiana. Is that a 10:30 tip for that one?
Oh, it's at least 11.
No, it's 10:30. 10:30 a.m.
What channel is that
Big
on?
Ten Network for that one. So little Indiana, Michigan, right out of the gate there. Florida and Texas A&M, probably the most meaningful SEC tournament game that we'll have, because that is a bubble elimination game for Florida and Texas A&M. We'll talk more about all of that in a second. But let's go retro to last night, and we'll start with what everybody in the country is talking about, the ACC tournament, where old buddy Boeheim turns and punches a guy. And Brown, I'll start with you.
All right.
Because you've been watching basketball lately. You've discovered a sport this week. But
only non-name teams, though. That's the problem.
You've been watching basketball now for
Small
at least
market.
3 or 4 days, and you've noticed something I've noticed over the years going to the games. That we stop for everything in college basketball to review everything.
Everything. It's so annoying in the late games.
So when a guy is doubled over and he's in pain, like the kid from Florida State was yesterday, how do you not stop play and say,
what happened,
I don't even know what happened, but let's go take a look at it on the monitor.
I mean, you would think at least the officials would blow the whistle and check with the player. I mean, because it's a made basket, right? And it's an inbound. So and there's no backcourt pressure from Syracuse.
No.
So you would think the official would at least blow the whistle and say, son, you okay?
Yeah.
What happened? Well, he punched me in the gut. Who punched you in the gut? I don't know, but it was one of their players. And then you go to the monitor, right?
That's right.
I mean, they go to the monitor for everything.
I mean, how long was
very simple.
How long was the delay in the Alabama-Kentucky game at Rupp for a little 5 o'clock shadow grays there from Darius Miles, and we stopped the game for like 5 minutes.
They go to the monitor for everything.
Yeah.
And you just wonder why you don't go for that. I mean, we go for timing on the clock. We go for who touched the ball before it went out of bounds. So we go for, is it a flagrant or not?
And that's where all of this gets off the rails. If the officials do their jobs there, then Buddy Boeheim is ejected for the rest of that game, which didn't matter. Syracuse boat raced them.
Yep, 39-point win.
Yeah, so, or as what I used to call
motorboated them.
They motorboated them.
They did, yes.
Yeah,
they did motorboat them.
But I'm telling you, that's the way the rule should be. But there's no stoppage of play. There's no ejection of Buddy Boeheim. But everybody sees it on the replay, and then everybody's talking about it on ESPN. So the ACC network, not the Florida State coach wasn't even mad. But then the ACC officials get together and they say, that was a flagrant foul that wasn't called. Buddy Boeheim is now suspended for the next game, ironically against Duke. I mean, if you think everyone in the SEC thinks they protect Alabama football in the SEC, imagine ACC people in Duke basketball with Coach K's final year.
But this one's easy, though. First of all, they ain't beating Duke.
Well, first of all, the punch was such a weak punch. And look, the reaction, you can say what you want. I mean, if you get hit in the nads or the stomach and you don't know what's coming, you're going to be banged up a little bit.
Yeah, that's right.
But the right was really weak. It was unneeded. Syracuse dominated the game. But even with Buddy Boeheim,
it was a cheap shot.
It was a cheap shot, no doubt. If you haven't seen it, it's up everywhere right now. And it was just right there in the paint. It was just unneeded, unnecessary. But Buddy Boeheim is a guy that leads the ACC in scoring. And even with Boeheim in the lineup, they lost by 25 and 20 earlier this year to Duke. Now they're 15-point underdogs. I think, in your words, Duke will motorboat them.
Yeah. This was an easy call, though.
But you say yes on a full game suspension.
He punched him.
Yeah, you have to.
He did.
I mean, he punched him. Was it violent? Or was it, it's a kick and a missed time? No, Buddy Boeheim said he apologized. The kid said, don't sweat it. It's the end of his season anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But
it's the end of his career.
It's the end of it. Not Boeheim. I'm talking about the kid from Florida State that got punched. It's the end of his career too. I don't know.
No. But it's gonna be the end of Buddy Boeheim's career.
Oh, it is, no doubt. But my point is, like, he didn't punch him and bloody his nose and break his nose. But still, I mean, there's no gray area in this one. You don't punch.
That's right.
You don't punch. There's no gray area.
Cheap shot.
Easy. Yeah.
There's the Boeheim apology from Buddy. Now, his dad said, man, he got pushed a couple of times.
It doesn't matter.
You can't get pushed around the court. You got to defend yourself.
I mean, his dad needs to sack up and take responsibility. If it's another kid, his dad's probably not saying that.
Yeah.
I mean, for his dad to say it was inadvertent, it wasn't much of a punch. Yeah, it wasn't much of a punch, but it was a punch to the gut.
Yeah, he's got to defend himself. That's fine, but defending yourself comes with consequences.
Yeah. Inadvertent. It was inadvertent and not much of a punch. Those are two different things, by the way.
Yeah.
There's not an inadvertent punch. He punched him. It was a cheap shot.
Yeah.
And that's I'm not trying to say he's a cheap player, but that was a cheap shot.
Well, but you can't
there
watch.
There are good people who occasionally lose their temper in sports and do cheap things.
Yeah, I'm not saying this kid should get the death penalty, but he's getting a game, and that's what he deserves. But it was not inadvertent. Yeah. You cannot watch that and argue that it was inadvertent.
So you flip this around, and the Kirk Herbstreit of basketball is Jay Bilas. Like both of those guys with their platform on ESPN, I've always thought are the same voices of their sport. Herbstreit for football, Bilas for basketball. Totally floored that Jay Bilas had this opinion about this.
The suspension of Syracuse's Buddy Boeheim for what happened in the Florida State game is just wrong. The ACC came in after the fact and decided to suspend Buddy Boeheim, and it's disproportionate to the offense. Rules are rules, and the rules of the game indicate that if play started after the fact and the action could not be reviewed, that's final. And it was final. The referees could not review the play after play started again. They missed it, and that's fine. Now, the ACC could condemn the action and issue a reprimand, but suspending Buddy Boeheim for the next game against Duke is disproportionate to the offense, and I think wrong. That effectively ends Buddy Boeheim's career. It affects the ACC tournament, and I don't think it's the right thing. Rules are rules, and those rules were written for a reason. If the referees, by rule, could go back and review the play after play had started, that's fine. Then perhaps it's a flagrant 2 and Buddy Boeheim is thrown out of the Florida State game. But after the game is over, then it's over. And just like you can't review somebody stepping out of bounds or review a charge block call after the game, you can't review this. The question is one of proportionality. Nobody's saying that what happened was right. It wasn't. Buddy Boeheim apologized, and that's great. But the ACC should have moved on, and Buddy Boeheim should be playing against Duke. This is the wrong decision made by the ACC, and it's wrong because it's not proportionate. It's disproportional to the offense, and it goes against the rules of play.
That's Jay Bilas on his social media platform last night.
All right, now, but his argument is one of, and Jay's an attorney, so he's approaching this from a very legal point of view.
And that's exactly what that is. That's the attorney.
Yeah,
Jay Bilas.
That's the attorney coming out. And Jay Bilas said, I'm not saying his argument is incorrect because, and I don't know the rules. Jay does, and his argument is there is a mechanism by which this is done, and the ACC failed to start that mechanism properly. So you can't go back and undo that now because that's not how the rules work. And Jay's probably, I'm assuming he knows the rules well enough that he's got a valid argument there. I mean, that is a valid argument. Like, if the rules say, okay, for a kid to be tossed from a game, you got to catch it in real time. If that's the rule, that's the rule.
Okay, but if that is the rule, then why did they go back and even look at this?
Well, that's what Jay's saying.
Yeah,
I think that's what Jay's saying is they knew they screwed something up, so they went beyond what the rules allow to fix their screw up.
Okay, but if they screwed something up, you still got time to fix it.
Well,
I mean, that game tips in 2 hours.
Oh, you're saying reinstate Buddy Boeheim.
Yeah, I'm saying you can reinstate him if you really mess this up.
Yeah.
But we can go back all the time and look at video. We looked at video with Juwan Howard, totally different situation, coach and player. We suspended him. He's coaching for the first time today in, 5 games.
I think the argument would be that was not in-game action.
It was not in-game action, but we did use video for that.
Yeah,
if there is a flagrant attack in the National Football League on a quarterback or a hit, we all the time go back and penalize players who don't get flagged for hits and take money out of their pocket in the NFL.
But the rules allow for that. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I mean, the rules are written to allow for that. And Jay's argument, it appears, is that's not how the rules are written here. You've got a problem with the rules. And Jay, that was not an argument in support of Buddy Boeheim. He said in his discourse there, what he did was wrong. And he apologized, that's fine. But if you've got a set of rules, you either follow the rules or you don't, right?
I think it's another sign that our officials are just not as good as they need to be sometimes. I mean, that is we said, we started, you review everything. Review that real quick. Kick the guy out of that game, which is what it should be. And then he's playing again today.
And it's really not even a story.
But I think Royal Payne is touching on, he says he doesn't even know if he agrees with Bilas, but admits that this is a slippery slope. If you've got a set of rules and you say, yeah, but we're going to ignore the rules because this one's egregious.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a slippery slope to go down, right?
It is.
If the rules say you can't do it this way. Yeah, but this one's egregious. It's on national TV, and we're getting a lot of pressure, and our officials missed it. So we're going to ignore those rules, and we're going to make up new rules on the fly. You can't do that if you're a governing body.
Here's where it gets dangerous. If we take this to college football, you get a targeting that's missed, and then they go back and look at the targeting after the game.
That's right.
And they're like, this kid ain't playing next game.
But you can't do that.
You can't?
Well,
I think they
maybe
can.
You can now.
I don't think you can.
No, you can't, but they can't do this. So that's my point is who's to stop them moving forward for saying, hey, we can check this out? Are you saying they really can?
Help me out, Farmfolio, and you guys do it too. Didn't we do it with the kid from LSU, the great linebacker?
No, he was thrown out of the game. You're talking about the one they bought the billboards from?
Yeah,
he was ejected.
That was the second half of the game before.
Yeah, second half of the game.
So he missed the first half of the
he missed the first half of the Bama game. Devin White.
Yeah, you have to be flagged. I've never seen somebody go back. But what I am saying is based on this, if we're trying to translate this to college football, it would be the equivalent of a targeting that you go back and watch after the game that wasn't flagged.
So that one should have been flagged. And it was in the second half, so he needs to miss the first half of the game against Auburn or Alabama or Tennessee or whoever. Yeah, we can't be doing it that way.
Okay, before LT tells us about Simpio, can you just pull up Bilas again and let it play? But I want to talk over him, so don't give me full volume on that. If we're ever in a society that is post-Armageddon, and I guess we're closer now than we've ever been with Putin on a move, or if we're ever abducted and taken to another planet and we're all like in white uniforms and we're in a black holding arena.
He actually looks like he's got a smock on. He's about to get his hair cut.
It is a hostage video.
But it's like, no, I'm talking about, Brown, we're in, picture a very dark, big dome. We're all in white jumpsuits, and then a big... he's with the ruling society.
Yeah, he's the ruling body.
And they put him up on the big screen, and we're all having to look up. Play Bilas. We're all having to look up, and here's our ruler, Jay Bilas, that is talking to us.
Boeheim
And we're looking at the bald-headed alien who's telling us that we're all about to go get probed in the other room.
Wow.
Okay. All right. Single file over in the other room.
Yeah, I don't want to live in that society.
It looks like the head, I would imagine, would be like carved out of stone, up really big at the top of the arena.
Exactly.
Some kind of sci-fi movie. That's exactly what it would look like.
I mean, really, if we went down the old yellow brick road and pulled back the curtain, Jay Bilas is behind the curtain.
And that's fine. Now, the ACC could condemn the actions but suspending Buddy Boeheim.
It did look like a hostage video when I first looked at it. I knew.
Disproportionate to the offense.
That's bald head guys, man. We always look weird.
Yeah, really, you can't tell month, time of day, how much sleep he's had, anything.
Jay works hard now.
He does.
He's got a legal career and an ESPN career.
Our friends at Simpio work hard, too, to make your company work right.
Yeah, Dunaway, they are one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast. Simpio has brought a concept here to the state of Alabama that many were unaware existed. It has taken over the state. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to health care and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. Simpio's, they're going to take care of all the BS in every single office. When a business joins Simpio, they will take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, and benefits. On average, Simpio saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year. There is no contract. With that being said, Simpio has a 99% retention rate. Call them today, 205-635-7467, or for more information, Simpio.com.
Riley said the officials missed the call, so they broke the rules to fit what they wanted to do. Also, the kid was wrong. Both can be true in that situation.
And that's what Bilas is saying. Yeah.
Smuth 23. The difference is also that Boeheim wasn't doing anything that was a basketball play. At no time on a basketball court is it a basketball play to throw a punch. And Kevin says, completely agree. If a punch was thrown in college football and it was missed during the game, I have no issue with it being reviewed later on. Go back and look at a punch being thrown in a game.
So it gets tricky, though, if the rules don't allow that, though.
But
That's
let me
my
ask
point.
you this, and see if you guys can go deep into your memory banks. Brandon Spikes, linebacker for Florida.
Remember him?
I think he dug his fingers in somebody's eyes on a play that wasn't called, and I think it was reviewed, and I think he was suspended after the fact.
I think he was.
Okay, but again, now if the rules say that's okay, that's fine. I think Jay's argument is, but if you don't have a mechanism in place to do that, you can't just make up rules on the fly.
But I don't think there are rules for or against that.
Well, and maybe that's the gray area you have to operate in. But
I think if you're a commissioner, if you're Greg Sankey and you see a situation like this, I mean, there's got to be some kind of punishment.
But it is a slippery slope you would give me, right? Like there's some that are super obvious. Like I think this one is one of those. But I think Jay's argument is, what about the ones that are not so obvious? And then all of a sudden you're like, it's a coin flip, but we're getting some bad pubs, so let's suspend him.
Again, I think it's a case-by-case.
I agree with Smuff. I think if it's personal conduct, we're not coming back afterwards about a rule of a game or even targeting. If it's personal conduct, if you have done something that's not related to your sports, digging your finger in somebody's eye socket, we can go back and do whatever we want to.
Well, they should put that, and I don't disagree with that, Jim, but they need to put it in the rules then. You don't want to put, there's too much money on the line here. There's just a lot of things on the line. You don't want to put the governing bodies in a position where they have to make up rules on the fly. That's how you get in these situations.
Now, close your eyes and imagine it being Duke's best player yesterday. And they didn't play, but if they had to play, would the Duke player have been suspended after the fact playing Syracuse today?
Well,
I mean, who they're playing, probably.
But didn't we see this numerous times with Grayson Allen?
Yes.
There were numerous times where it looked like he did something dirty that didn't get called in the game.
I still, and maybe I'm naive, but if Syracuse was number 10 in the nation and this happened, I still think he gets suspended.
It does look different with a punch. You can't hide a punch. You know, Grayson Allen tried to hide the tripping occasionally. Here's the lineup today. Games that you should care about. Indiana, Michigan, 10:30 Big Ten Network. Wherever you are on both of those teams with the bubble, pretty big game for both of those squads. Juwan Howard back coaching today. The SEC Tournament at 11 is Florida and Texas A&M on the SEC Network. Both of those teams are firmly bubble teams. LT, I think that's a 2.5-point Florida favorite, maybe somewhere around there. So that's a really tight basketball game, maybe the most important game of the SEC tournament because of the potential to get one of those teams into the NCAA tournament.
I completely stayed away from that game. I've got 9 plays up today, and that was just a really difficult game to handicap. I was going to tell you, any of these games you want early action on, I kind of stayed away from. I'll let you dictate if you want to do a stake on any of them.
Are you an 11 o'clock basketball guy, too? You don't like 11 o'clock games?
I really don't,
really?
especially
so
on Saturday mornings.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So Dunaway?
So you'll go either way on both of those games.
I mean, whatever you want.
Well, you got Butler Providence, too. Providence favored 7.
No.
That's at 11.
I've got to play on Florida, Texas A&M. I've got some. I do.
You're wearing your green today.
Information for the locker room?
I do have a play on Florida, Texas A&M.
Well, I'd play it. Lance is giving you either side.
Okay, let me finish the schedule here. And give me the commercial break, and I'll come back and take it.
I don't want to rush you.
Because what will be fun is that we can put both of these games on the television.
We got to have some golf on too.
Yeah, we got golf. Brown's working on that one over here. We're looking at.
We're looking at Siberia.
Well, I didn't have the password for some reason for you because it's on ESPN Plus until 11. Then it goes Golf Channel.
I really could watch these kind of.
It's so good.
What are these called?
Screensavers, basically.
Yeah,
aerials.
And what you'll see if you go to a Best Buy and they're showing their best resolution.
Well, let me do the trick.
These videos,
the
I don't know what
Best
they're
Buy
called.
uses, by the way, and all the stores use is that's coming off like a hard drive.
Yep.
Yeah, that's not. See, what you're seeing now is streaming, or some of this is set up in the system, but like through Chromecast, through Google, it's streaming from Google, and so it looks good, but not great. But you're right, they cheat the system.
But these are all
cheat the
drone
system
cameras,
of the
right?
stores.
Huh?
These are all drones, right?
I don't know what's getting that shot.
yeah,
That's the
for the
one I
most
like.
part.
The cityscapes when they do the cityscapes on Apple TV when it's on hold.
Dr. B, our friend Dr. Beckenstein, he's got a loop, and it's 4 different. But one of them's the Brooklyn Bridge. People walk in Brooklyn Bridge for like an hour at a time. It's
I
pretty
could
cool.
sit there and just stare at that.
Yeah.
It's so weird. I do that like in Best Buy. I'm just standing there mesmerized by it.
That's what they want you to do.
Oh, I know.
I want to buy a TV every time I walk in.
I do too.
I'll show LSU and Missouri today at 1 down in Tampa, SEC Network. In that game, it could be Will Wade's last SEC tournament game if they lose that. Mississippi State, South Carolina. Some people think State still has a chance at the tournament. They play South Carolina at 5. Alabama gets Vandy. Tricky game. We'll talk more about that later on. 7 o'clock. UAB tonight starts their Conference USA run. They've got to win the tournament to get into the big dance. They start with FAU tonight, 8:30. You can watch that on Stadium. You can hear it on the Blazer Radio Network. And Alabama A&M, they got to win the SWAC tournament to get in the NCAA dance. They play Florida A&M tonight, 8:30 on the ESPN Plus network there. So that's a list of games to keep an eye on today in basketball. Before Lunsford tells us about his guy, Adam Mestre, I will tell you that I will take at least 1, maybe 2 stake bets. When we
On early games?
At least 1, maybe 2 stake bets.
Both early games?
You're already dreaming about Vegas next week.
It is Florida, Texas A&M. I'm taking either. He said I could have either side of that.
Yeah.
And he says I can have either side, Indiana, Michigan. I don't know if I'm pulling the trigger on that
almost did
game
this
yet.
yesterday morning, and I know, and you could say what you want, I know you would have taken Florida State.
I probably would have. No, they only lost by what?
39.
39 points.
And got punched.
I assume Florida State was not getting plus 39.5 in that one.
Florida State was actually favored in that game.
Wow.
I'm a sucker. I'm a sucker, man. On the show today, Chris Doering, Bryan Hodgson. Say it for me, Brown.
Hodgson,
That's what I said.
the Alabama assistant basketball coach.
And Jay Heaps talking about soccer this weekend. Tell us about your guy, Lunsford.
Well, Jim, you hit it big in Vegas, or anybody else I know is going to Vegas next weekend. You hit it big. You want to buy a new house, call Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Adam's a third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you're using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Shout out to my brother-in-law, Patton Hahn, who is the only Colgate graduate I know. They punched their ticket last night. Cheesy line of the morning. Here you go. 4 out of 5 dentists says Colgate's going to the big dance. Back in a moment.
Awful.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
March has arrived and you want to watch all the games. So make sure the only thing upset is your bracket. Call Blakely's Bouquets today. Order a beautiful arrangement for your girl so you can watch the game without the guilt. My friends at Blakely's Bouquets have unique and custom designs, and they give you speedy same-day delivery. Order online at blakeleysbouquets.com or over the phone, 205-579-4900, or stop by in person right on Oxmoor Road in Homewood. Avoid the upsets at Blakely's Bouquets.
Okay, we're back with you on the Next Round. LTD&B with you. Lunsford and Forrester behind the big glass. T-shirt competition rolling in. We got to decide when we're going to award somebody.
I still haven't looked at the design that Lunsford really liked.
Okay, next commercial break. Show them the 2 you like. All right.
So we've got 2 now.
We got 2, right? That we like.
I got one I really like, but we got a couple that are.
Oh, if you get a really like out of Lunsford, that's a big win.
That is a big deal.
Yeah. The one you really like, does it involve me or not me?
It involves all of y'all.
Okay. I have not seen that one.
Let me ask you: would you actually wear this shirt? That's my barometer on this.
Well, you're not
going
to wear most of them.
Yeah,
it's not true. I think most of the stuff that we've got out. I mean, look, I've got one of the hats on right now.
Well, that's not a shirt.
Yeah, I mean, I wear like our logo and stuff like that, but like I don't know, weird stuff. I'm not a big t-shirt guy. I always wear hoodies and stuff anyway. So
I don't like wearing the likeness of people in general. Like the roommate just got an Aaron Donald shirt, and then she's got with the likeness of Aaron Donald, and then she's got one with Cooper Kupp, Matt Stafford, Odell, and Aaron Donald on it.
As you started that, I thought it was Aaron Rodgers, which would have been a great roommate clapback. Would have been
so
her
not
walking
to
around
get outside the lines, but I've got to bring this up because Brown was there to witness this last night. 2 Green Bay Packer fans that weren't together. Aaron Rodgers was brought up to both of these guys, and both guys, diehard Green Bay Packers fans, do not like Aaron Rodgers.
That is true.
They don't like
I was there to see that.
Yeah, well, then they are horrible Packer fans because they are, you know who they are? They're the Chicago Bears without him.
That's true. That's what I told one guy. I was like, so you just want to lose all the time?
No, I get that, but at least these are genuine Packer fans that realize the organization is bigger than one player.
One guy called him a DB, Dunaway, not a defensive back. And, I literally said to him, you know what you would be without him? I didn't get to finish the sentence like you did and say Bears, but that's what you are.
No, but I think a lot of those guys realize that Aaron Rodgers now, you have the 1 Super Bowl championship, but you got one with Brett Favre. You got multiples with Bart Starr, and they know they're a good enough organization that they'll get quarterback again.
How many organizations have 3 Hall of Fame quarterbacks? Not many, if any.
Dallas, maybe?
Don't stop. You keep working over there. For those that are watching us on all our video platforms, we were trying to get all of our TVs set up. I did mention, just full disclosure, I mentioned to Brown about 70 minutes ago. Why don't you go ahead and go in the studio and set up our TVs for us today? But go ahead.
Yeah, our Aaron Rodgers told me that.
Our DB told us that.
What would we be without him, Brown?
I don't know.
The Chicago Bears.
We'd be doing it in Mom's basement, wouldn't we?
Yeah, be on AM radio.
What do you need from me now?
We'd be on powered down AM radio.
I love Mom's basement. You talking about the bar?
Oh, Jimmy Current. What do you need from me? What read do you need?
New Life Art, man.
New Life Art. Bringing you that memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 800-735-2787. You can go online. Go to danielmooreart.com. And remember, go to Next Round Live, submit your shirt design, and win. We've got 2 that Lunsford likes. Head to nextroundlive.com, design our next shirt for us.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the reasons I always encourage people. If you've always loved our show, go follow us on YouTube. Subscribe to YouTube. And whether you listen to us moving around on the stream, but occasionally go back and watch bits and pieces of the show, because you used to never see this for 12 years. I mean, there would be multitasking going on all the time, and you couldn't tell it on the radio. But here on television, we just keep doing the show. Brown's got important work over here. I'm all for Brown getting this done.
And full disclosure again, because we have a golf pool that Dunaway decided to jump back into yesterday. Yeah. And you've got Zalatoris and who else on the course right now?
I don't want to talk about it publicly, LT.
What? It's too late. Everybody's got their picks in.
I know. I don't want to talk about it publicly. I don't want to jinx them because things are going well right now.
So anyway, that's the reason that you are so in tune with this golf right now.
So we're trying. We got the Farmfolio chat room on that wall. We've got now golf. Brown has it up as Cantlay is putting from par.
Don't do play-by-play now.
I don't have him.
Let's don't do the play-by-play.
So we're cheering for him to miss it. So we're about to do a leaderboard update, and it's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Not just tires, but also a great place to get bumper-to-bumper service as well.
Yeah, for you and your family, locally owned and operated, great guys. Make sure you stop by one of those 4 locations of Vulcan Tire and Automotive, or go online, vulcantireandauto.com. Brown, I know you don't like play-by-play. He just missed a 2-foot putt, though.
I don't. Kramer Hickok, almost SEC power.
That means he went to Clemson?
Vanderbilt.
Texas. That means he's almost coming to the SEC. Kramer Hickok, Will Zalatoris, Tommy Fleetwood, Patrick Reed, Abraham Answer, all at 3 under par. They are all your leaders.
Man.
Do you find it hard to play Patrick Reed?
Yes, nobody likes Patrick Reed.
I got a stake that says he doesn't win a major through 2024.
And do we count this as a major?
No. This is not a major, but if he's playing well here,
he could play well other places.
Less than a month to Augusta.
Am I the only one that thinks Zalatoris sounds like one of those ads that could make renal bleeding and swelling and gastral stuff?
No, there's no doubt.
But it keeps you alive.
Could be a pharmaceutical drug, no doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. Zalatoris.
Will Zalatoris sounds like a guy that you've got to give a huge disclaimer afterwards. Is what you're saying.
Yes.
Will Zalatoris has the lead, and by the way.
Yeah, by the way.
If you picked Will Zalatoris this week, you may experience some of the following.
You may be experiencing swelling.
That's right.
Itchy. Diarrhea. Diarrhea is always one of them.
It is always one of them. And I don't know about you guys, but if I had a chronic illness and I had a pill that could keep me healthy, I would want to take it. And I know that they have to include everything that's ever happened for legal reasons.
That's right.
But when more of the commercial is the disclaimer on what you might get than what the pill actually does, that scares the crap out of me.
No, it's got to. But you would much rather have diarrhea than some of the other blurred
there's
vision.
no doubt. Yeah, like if you let me
vomiting.
pick one of them. Yeah. I mean, but I know it's like everything that's ever happened, we got to put in the disclaimer
It's
because
like,
we got
does your
sued.
wrist hurt? Take this pill. Now you may die, have diarrhea, your head will explode.
It's like
your leg will fall off.
But your wrist is going to feel great.
They spend 15 seconds telling me what the pill does and making everybody look happy that takes it. And then the rest of the commercial's about all the disclaimers. But while they're reading the disclaimers, you know what's happening? The guy's walking around with his new life, right? He's in a tub, bathing out in the bathtub.
Those are the ED, and the worst on that is, if it persists for the next 4 to 5 hours, consult your physician. I've never talked to anybody where that's happened.
Me either.
Yeah, I don't really have that discussion a lot, but I have never heard of it.
I mean, it's not one that you have over a beer, but I would think if you have a close buddy that's happened to, you would find some humor in that, and they probably would disclose that. Yeah. I guarantee you somebody in the Farmfolio chat room has come across
they've had the old 4 hours.
Oof.
I wonder if they really consulted their physician, though. I mean, that's got to be an embarrassing phone call, right?
I think I'm just laying on my stomach and just
hiding in the closet
trying to take a nap.
You're not rolling out of the bed,
laying
that's
on
for
your
sure.
stomach. You can't do that.
Yeah, not with that one.
Brown will finish his "What's up with all these drugs" routine tonight at the Stardome.
God, you are all over me today. What did I do to you?
Just 2 more screens.
I'm trying.
We're working on the Big Ten network and the SEC
Yeah, we don't get the Big
now.
Ten network. That's the problem. Spectrum doesn't have it for some stupid reason.
There's a good chance I've got one of the streaming services that carry it. If we'd like to work on that.
All right.
All right. Now to the state bets on some of the big games. I'd love to hear what you like in the Farmfolio chat room. LT says I get to play either side of either one of these games. I'm going to take both if it's okay with you.
I know it's okay with Lance.
Yeah, let me. I do have. I will tell you, I do have one play early that I want you to stay away from. The Big Ten.
The Indiana game.
Yeah.
Oh, that was the one I wanted to play.
Well, you said you were going to play 2.
I was going to play that one and the 2 early games, the 10:30 and the 11.
Play the other one then.
So just for one stake.
Yeah.
Well, what if I'm on the opposite side of what you're playing?
I don't think you are.
I want to play Michigan and give the points. Is that the side you're on?
Dunaway, if you want to play Michigan, you can play Michigan.
Michigan minus
you
the
got
3.
Indiana.
Yeah.
This is typical Dunaway losing right here.
It really is.
I would like to take,
You don't think they're going to play hard for Juwan Howard coming back?
Look, I think this is a disaster for Michigan. I really do. I think Michigan's good enough that they could make a deep run in this tournament. Indiana needs the game more. I think Indiana wins this game straight up.
Okay. So Jim's got Michigan. Lance likes Indiana. Next.
I'm going to take Michigan minus 3 for a stake.
Okay.
We're not parlaying this.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I don't know how we would do that, but yes.
Yes. Okay. And then.
But if you want to play a parlay where you have to hit both to get your stake,
yeah, Lance will take it. But you got to get odds on that one. That's 3 stakes
Slow
to 1.
down, Calvin Ridley. And then I'm going to take Texas A&M plus the 2.5.
Okay.
You like Florida too?
I kind of like Florida.
There you go.
All right, I like the way
Perfect
this
landmine
works,
right there. There you go. That's the 2 stake bets we'll have live in the show today, with occasional cheering going on. Alabama plays tonight. And they get Vandy. Tricky game. Alabama won at Vandy 74-72 earlier in a game Jerry Stackhouse says they let get away. So very open there, but not as open as Scottie Pippen, if you will, John Lunsford. Give me cut number 6. Lunsford, wait a second. Give me the Lunsford camera real quick.
What?
Look at your phone. You're placing a
doing.
Bet opposite of me right now.
So
be honest. Are you placing a bet opposite of me right now?
Legally, of course.
There is no legally placed bets in this state.
Indiana plus 3.
Did you really do that? You heard Dunaway's picks and you went right and got on the other side?
You took Florida?
No,
I took A&M.
Yeah.
I kind of like Florida too. Florida minus 2.5.
And the money our state's losing right now.
No, thanks to Dunaway.
Yeah.
All this could be going to the state of Alabama, by the way.
Shows you.
I know.
I mean,
Jimmy Landmine.
I look just the respect I don't get on this show.
Well, I think it's history, Jim.
Yeah, I think it
didn't
is.
bet.
I mean,
didn't place a
look,
bet.
Lunsford wanted a little action on this game, and you gave him kind of a compass.
Jim, I think it's one of your most endearing qualities.
It really is. It's a talent.
I think people love you for it.
Yeah.
To be fair, I would have taken Florida and Michigan, but you're either going to totally landmine this or win both. And I kind of like the Florida side of things more, so I just went against you.
Lunsford, I know you've seen the movie, but look, the guy got a job out of it. But the cooler, William H. Macy, that's Dunaway. Alec Baldwin had him in his casino, and if somebody got hot on the table, I think you could be really good at this.
Look, we've all got to be known for something on the show.
I don't know what that stare is for.
Yeah.
Do people get shot? I mean, is it a high-paying job? Like I just
this was a legitimate job. I don't know if casinos still do it. Like if I owned a casino, I would do it because Brown's not superstitious. I'm very superstitious.
This is the height of superstition.
It really is. Yeah. But I think there are guys out there that can cool down a table. So I would put you on. If somebody was on a heater, and they were costing my casino hundreds of thousands of dollars, I would send them.
So for those who haven't seen the movie, that's what William H. Macy does.
Yep.
The guy's on a heater on a table. They park him next to the guy on the heater, and he shuts it down.
So I'd get paid a nice salary.
Yeah.
I'd live in a nice suite in Vegas. This could be my retirement plan.
It really could. Yeah.
I don't know how much respect you're going to have around that casino.
That's okay.
I would respect you if you're saving me money. But William H. Macy seemed like kind of the guy they didn't respect.
And I mean, what's a good percentage for people handicapping stuff? 56%, 58%.
Oh,
I mean,
God, that's incredible. I think you're winning money at 53%.
If you're 60 on the losing side, then.
Which you are.
I'd say that's just as
pretty
impressive.
Incredible.
That's just as impressive, if not more. So.
Yeah, no, it is. I've always said this, like, when the Lions went defeated, when they went 0-16, I think that's more difficult to do than going 16-0. It's almost, if you tried to do a 10-team parlay and you picked the 10 losers, it's more difficult to do than pick the 10 winners.
That's one of Lance's more interesting quirks. I'd never heard anybody call it defeated until I worked with Lance.
Well, if it's undefeated, it's got to be defeated.
Well, no, I think it's winless is what most people call it. I'd never heard anybody call it defeated.
I don't know.
You're the first person I've ever heard use that.
Is it a legitimate word, though?
I have no. Well, defeated is. I'm not sure that's the proper use. I don't really care. I just had never heard anybody do it.
Well, it doesn't happen much.
No, you're right about that.
It doesn't. So Alabama against Vandy tonight. Tricky game for them. Little cockiness coming from Scottie Pippen Jr. last night. Cut number 6, if you will, Mr. Lunsford, between your computer use back there, smartphone. One thing you don't have to worry about, Rockstar, is him placing bets. Here is Scottie Pippen Jr. after Vandy last night hands it to Georgia, and they're playing Alabama tonight. And guess who ain't scared?
It was a very winnable game for us. It was a close game down the stretch. Jordan and I both made some mistakes. We've been talking about that. We want to take back. We were right there. So, we go into this game with a chip on our shoulder. They're a very beatable team, a team that we wanted to play.
There is nothing incorrect about what he said. Right
but no, they're not. But there he just said they're a very beatable team. If Alabama doesn't show up tonight and play with piss and vinegar after hearing somebody from Vandy on the SEC podium saying they're a very beatable team, that's who we want to play, we sort of want to get back, then come on, man.
Well, you've got
nothing.
You would think, though, at this point of the year, you shouldn't even have to play the video to have them motivated.
No.
But if in the event that Nate Oates is looking for extra motivation, if I've got one of my opponents saying this is who we wanted to play, I would think that would motivate my
back
team.
to that first matchup, it was a 2-point game, but the final 3 or 4 minutes was so difficult to watch because of the fouls that were called. And, Alabama actually won that game on the free throw line. They were 22 of 25. But we talk about their Achilles heels, defense and shooting threes. They were 8 of 28. And turnovers, they had 18 against Vanderbilt. If they're 8 of 28, 18 turnovers again today, I think they get beat.
Yeah, we find out what the...
And that's not breaking news.
We find out what the intestinal fortitude of this basketball team is tonight. And there's some of you who have already decided what it is. Mm-hmm. We find out what it is tonight.
I think Scottie Pippen Jr. has decided what it is.
If you can't beat Vanderbilt, who had to play yesterday, and you had the bye, it shouldn't... I mean, this is... beyond disappointing. If Alabama drops to 9-10 in conference play, the talent of this team, their ability to beat these top 5 teams earlier this year, doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, they will get an NCAA tournament bid regardless, but there will be zero excitement going to the tournament if they can't win tonight, because this guy has said this is the team we wanted to play. They're beatable, and, it's all on the line tonight in Tampa.
If I put him at Pippen at 22.5 his points tonight, he leads the SEC right at almost 21 points per game, and he went for 26 against Bama.
I'd put him over 22.
I would hope Alabama's got somebody, if he's on that kind of run after that comment, that put him in the gold standard.
If I'm Oates, man, I'm like, hey, look, we're going to do – anybody can beat us but Pippen Jr.
That's right.
Wow, Brown's putting out a bounty.
I'd say put him in the gold standard.
Yeah.
That's the way they used to play back in the day, Jimmy.
Yeah. All right. So that's the late game tonight.
And gold standard is a really old phrase.
It is. 5 o'clock. Call our friends at Metro Goals. You can get them without the gold standard.
That's right.
5 o'clock. SEC Network for Mississippi State, South Carolina, Alabama plays. I think 30 minutes at the conclusion of that game, around 7:15ish, 7:30 tonight for that big basketball game down in Tampa. When we come back, what is happening in college football? Lunsford today has our 3 and out. We may do that in the next segment, too. Hang around with us. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Hemphill Services. You may have chaos happening in your world as we speak, whether it's plumbing, or it's cooling or heating. Our friends at Hemphill can make it happen.
I talked to my good buddy Chad last night. Look, you need to put this number in speed dial because you never know when a disaster is going to strike at your house. You need to trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. It's Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemphill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. Call now. Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Since 1881, Seiko has built a legacy as a true watch manufacturer, covering all parts of the process, from design to production. Today, Seiko continues its legacy, offering dedication to perfection and the very best pieces in timekeeping. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at Bromberg's Mountain Brook, from elegant ladies' watches to rugged sports models. Seiko, now available at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
At Culver's, we cook our butter burgers pretty much the same as you would at home. Only our 3-cut blend of fresh beef will do. Then you'll need to master our signature press and sear technique. You may want to practice a few thousand times. Add real Wisconsin cheese, top with a lightly buttered toasted bun, and serve yourself with a big warm smile.
Better yet, come to Culver's and leave the whole cook-to-order butter burger thing to us. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in game day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
Stay up to date with the next round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com. Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey, it's Rockstar for Way to Wellness, and I'm here with my coworker and friend Reed Taylor. And I just wanted to ask Reed, how much weight have you lost during this weight loss program?
11 pounds.
Whoa! That sounds great, Reed. Why don't you sit down and rest those pipes for a second? At Way to Wellness, Leslie and her team have taught us how to go about reaching our goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold us accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com. You did so good.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Our friends at Michelson gives us a look ahead. On our show today, Chris Doering at 11. Bryan Hodgson, the assistant with the University of Alabama, will join us from Tampa at 12 noon. Jay Heaps at 12:35 talking about the Legion FC, which opens their season Sunday down in beautiful Protective Stadium. 4 o'clock, you can get your tickets at bhmlegion.com. Speaking of websites, nextroundlive.com, where right now the bracket challenge for you is up. It is absolutely free. You just go on there, and our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesale bring you that bracket challenge. Highway 31 in Pelham, great inventory there right now. There you see the logo you're looking for when you get online at nextroundlive.com for our bracket challenge. Click on that and save your space there. So you already got it locked in, no cost at all for you. You've got it, everything set up for when the bracket drops on Sunday. You can be in the competition. One of you will win $1,000 in cash. Others will win other prizes. There's a chance you win a car from our friends at EAW. That is all coming up, and that's our friends at Michelson. Look ahead, LT.
Yeah, make that call today, 969-8100. Find out if LASIK is right for you. Maybe you wear the contacts or the eyeglasses. You're wasting money each and every year. I'm speaking from experience. I went in 20 years ago, got screened out once I was a potential candidate, got the procedure done. It only took 12 minutes for both eyes. I now have 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. Make the phone call today, 969-8100, and ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. They're going to hook you up with that hassle-free consultation. Again, 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com. Bad tee shot. Driving rain storm at TPC, and Adam Scott just hit one in the water. They should have stopped play hours ago. All right, let's do our 3 and out today. Lunsford has that for us. It's brought to you by Vulcan Tire. Vulcan's given us a leaderboard update as well throughout that from the quote-unquote fifth major going on down at Sawgrass today. Great field. Justin Thomas, the Alabama golfer, is the defending champion there. He's not on the course yet, I do not believe. But our 3 and out, it's non-sports related from our man Lunsford today, and it's brought to you by Vulcan Tires. Yeah, take your vehicle by any of the 4 locations of our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
All right, what is the weirdest thing that society accepts as normal?
Using the restroom in completely clean water. Now, that water is, in any other situation, perfectly drinkable, doesn't hurt you at all, yet we pee and poop in it.
Yeah, your point being a lot of the world is fighting for clean water.
Well, I mean, it's a commodity in a lot of places. And here in the United States, we don't even bat an eye. And I do it all the time.
How difficult it would be to sit on the shitter and like swamp water? Like if it wasn't clean underneath you?
Yeah, a lot of people just do it out in the hole.
The biggest thing is when you go number 1, you don't need water.
You really don't.
I have never thought of that before.
Yeah, I mean, that's perfectly usable water in any other situation.
Here's one that I think of, and look, and some people are going to disagree, and they're going to say, look, it's your freedom. You should be able to do what you want. It's state by state. But when I'm driving in Florida and I see a dude on a motorcycle going 75, but he's got no helmet on, to me, that's strange. Because you can't trust the guy next to you. Like if I'm in a car accident, at least I've got a shot. If I'm on a motorcycle and somebody T-bones me and I don't have a helmet on, that's a problem. So it's always been weird to me that people that choose not to wear helmets driving a motorcycle.
No, I kind of agree with you. I mean, it is their choice, and if they want to choose it, I'm fine with it, but I find it a weird choice.
I find it really weird, yeah.
I'm not a buffet guy, and I think it's strange that we lay out a bunch of food and let people we don't know walk by and pick through it.
And
then
I'm
expected to eat it as well. Now, my wife, who doesn't mind a buffet, will point out, Jim, you don't know what's going on back in the kitchen. I actually do. I used to work in the kitchen for 2 weeks. And I know what goes on back there.
You worked in the kitchen. You walked through it.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'd rather not know and take my chances with the 7 or 8 people back there preparing my food than the masses picking through my food. Not a buffet guy.
There were certain things I could do on the buffet. I could do a breakfast buffet. Like if I'm at a hotel, a nice hotel, and they've got a breakfast buffet, I can do that.
Same thing.
Best buffet is the Cosmopolitan Wicked Spoon. Everything's separated out, but still a buffet format. I think it would be perfect for you when you're in Vegas.
What do they charge at the Cosmopolitan for the buffet? $50?
Yeah, $50.
Yeah.
Second down.
All right, what consistently leaves you disappointed, but you just keep on trying?
Our country's leadership.
What do you keep on trying? You just keep on voting?
Well, I mean, I can't really do anything about it, you know. It's just really frustrating. I keep hoping that we're going to get better.
My wife would answer this question totally different than I will.
She's got to find you first.
Go ahead and answer, Jim. You're never home.
Slippery Jim.
Yeah.
Does she even know you're going to Vegas?
Slippery Jim.
Everything I order at a
restaurant. Or is she
restaurant.
packing for you?
Everything I order at the restaurant. What consistently leaves me disappointed, but I keep trying. I mean, I am the worst orderer ever.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you this. I'm never going to order before you again, though. Because you do blame us for some of your bad orders.
Because Dunaway will inevitably order something me or Lance orders when we're at dinner together. And I feel the pressure. I don't feel pressure anymore because I don't really care because I know he's going to hate it no matter what.
No. I usually enjoy it if you guys enjoy it.
Crap. That is not true.
It's not true at all.
The last time when we had that pork chop with
who wouldn't enjoy that
the
pork
sweet
chop?
potato and apple chutney underneath it.
I felt confident on that one.
Yeah, I mean, that's as good a pork chop as I've ever had.
Fantastic.
You didn't like that one.
What about you, Brown?
Movies Lance suggests to me, and it's not Lance's fault. No, it's not. It's not Lance's fault.
How can you not go with your Dolphins?
Huh?
How can you not go with your Dolphins?
That's true. That's a great point. The Miami Dolphins.
It's got
No, I take
Please
back what I
check
said.
yourself. It's got to be the Dolphins.
Yeah, it's the Miami
2021
Dolphins.
Super Bowl champion, 2022 Super Bowl champion.
That's a great point. Miami Dolphins. Lance is right.
1973.
Lance is right. I do keep trying.
Third down.
All right, who/what doesn't deserve the amount of crap they get?
I'll go to Brown, the Godfather III.
It's awful.
It's
a total money grab.
It is.
They've got a scene where a helicopter floats and shoots up a boardroom and not everybody dies. It's the dumbest scene I've ever seen in a movie.
But we do pick and choose our battles. I mean, we have
stupid movies.
We have movies like Die Hard, which is a great movie, but there are some unbelievable moments in Die Hard. The problem with Godfather 3 is it's so below 1 and 2.
And Francis Ford Coppola shoehorned his daughter in there just so she could get some acting credit.
Well, we saw what happened to her at the end.
Yeah, and she's awful.
I mean, I believe
she gets killed at the end. Total spoiler alert. She gets killed at the end.
It came out Christmas Day in 1990. If you haven't seen it, that's on you.
Terrible movie.
Who or what doesn't deserve the amount of crap they get? I mean, I would accept Dunaway as the correct answer here. Would you
earned
not?
it all.
What, are you the Nickelback of media now?
Yeah. Nickelback of the show.
Sports betting, at least.
Yeah.
You know who I was going to say is Anna Gunn. And most people by her name may not realize who she is. And I don't even know how many prominent roles she's played.
I don't like her
but
because
her
of
most
Skylar.
My point. Her most prominent role, everybody hated her.
Yeah, Deadwood, she wasn't bad, but is Skylar White? She was terrible, I thought.
But that just shows you how good an actress she is, right?
Yeah, no, it really does.
So she really doesn't deserve the hate. You ought to really appreciate her because of that. But nobody liked that character. Nobody.
I can agree with that, though. All right. Oh, I got hit number 4. Sorry.
Fourth down.
If a zombie apocalypse started today, what skills do you have that would make you useful to a band of survivors?
So I'm really good at, I used to be able to, I could hit a squirrel with a rock when I was a kid. It's funny, it didn't translate. The pressure probably got to me as a pitcher because my accuracy wasn't there. I was very erratic on the mound. But you guys have seen me with a can, with a bottle. I think I could do some damage to the zombies with just with the open arm.
I mean, we can tell the story now. We got back from one of our postseason trips, or either a speaking engagement.
It was a speaking engagement in Huntsville.
Huntsville. So we pull into our old employer, and LT takes a full can of beer and says, "I can hit that street light up there." And
was that probably 30 feet off the ground?
Yeah, but it was, and we were probably 50 yards away from it.
Yeah, I don't know all the math on it, but we were a long way away, and it was 30 feet.
But a full beer can that is still sealed has got good weight to it.
And not only did he hit it, Lunsford, it shattered it.
And the beer shattered. I mean, it was like a fireworks show.
Yeah.
Huh?
One of those in our parking lot?
Yeah.
That's why they're always out then.
Oh, it was. I don't think it worked at the time. I don't think it worked.
That one never worked again.
So when I used to work at the Great American Car Wash, where Sonic is by our old place, where the skating center used to be, Holiday Skate Rink.
Yeah.
So we would go out back and just, to kill time, we drank on the job all the time. But I would throw the
How old were you?
17, throw the empty beer bottle up, and then I would be able to take it out of the air, I swear, consistently with another beer bottle.
So you could throw one up and then throw the other one
and hit it
like
consistently.
Like skeet shooting.
It was an art. Yeah, it really
You're
was.
just a little Annie Oakley, aren't you?
But again, I'd get on the hill in the bottom of the 7th for the Homewood Patriots, and boy, you didn't know what was coming.
For me, what I would contribute to the group in a zombie apocalypse, bait.
Jim.
To get away
Don't get
from
none
the
away.
zombies,
Yeah.
they would throw me out so they could get away.
Is it bad? I knew exactly what Jim's answers were going to be when I sent this question.
Very
out.
much. Yeah.
Don't we hope if we have one that it's not the World War Z zombies, that it's actually the
They're
Walking
so
Dead?
fast. Yeah.
We want the walking
Got the slow
demons.
walkers.
All right, that's our 3 and Out today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, again, locally owned and operated. Great guys. Make sure you stop by one of those 4 locations today. Anything you need, bumper to bumper for you and your family, they can handle. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
We roll on right here on the next round. When we come back to basketball all over the place, including a big one tonight for your Alabama Crimson Tide. Stay with us.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service. When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at urologycentersalabama.com.
Nothing to do tonight? Wanna bet? It's nonstop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
March has arrived and you want to watch all the games. So make sure the only thing upset is your bracket. Call Blakely's Bouquets today. Order a beautiful arrangement for your girl so you can watch the game without the guilt. My friends at Blakely's Bouquets have unique and custom designs, and they give you speedy same-day delivery. Order online at blakeleysbouquets.com or over the phone, 205-579-4900, or stop by in person right on Oxmoor Road in Homewood. Avoid the upsets at Blakely's Bouquets.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan-Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis with the Playoff Fans Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, our Vulcan Tire and Automotive leaderboard update. They just changed the prompter on me, but there's a couple of guys tied for the lead out there. That includes Zalatoris and a couple others.
Harold Varner III, Tommy Fleetwood, and Will Zalatoris at 4 under, but we have just entered a weather delay. Yeah, lightning in the area, so they're going to be off the course for a little bit.
And they're going to be doing that all weekend long down there outside of Jacksonville at the Players' Championship at Sawgrass. Last night, World Golf Hall of Fame Tiger Woods went in.
Think he's deserving?
Borderline Hall of Fame golfer.
I can't believe they put him in first ballot, but whatever, man. It's their Hall of Fame.
14-year-old Sam, his daughter, did the introduction. It was August of 1996 when he won his first tournament. August of 1996.
That was do you have it?
The Milwaukee Open?
No, that was his debut.
Okay, it was August of 1996 was his debut, the Milwaukee Open.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Milwaukee Open was his debut.
Okay. And then he won the Masters 5 times, 15 total majors. Pretty good golfer, pretty easily a Hall of Famer, so that went on last night. We'll talk about everything else going on as we give you our headlines right here, brought to you by the great folks at Creekside Barbecue. LT and Brownie have been by there. I've still got to get by there, maybe tonight, maybe this weekend some point. Creekside Barbecue just off I-65, Oak Mountain Amphitheater exit. If you're going to a Bulls game or something or concert, great place to enjoy the barbecue.
Yeah, it's located in the old Waffle House right by the amphitheater. Our friends at Creekside Barbecue, it's centered around great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes. Alabama-style chicken, North Carolina pork, Memphis-kissed ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. Something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside Barbecue just off of I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek. Several TVs and incredible food. Creekside can also cater parties and other events for up to 200 people. For more information, stop by, tell them the next round sent you, or go online, creekside/bbq.com.
All right, Alabama A&M playing at 8:30 tonight in the SWAC quarterfinals. UAB playing at 8:30 tonight against Florida Atlantic. That is on Stadium and the Blazer Radio Network. 8:30 out in Frisco. That's the quarterfinals of Conference USA. Both of those teams have to win their tournament to make the NCAA tournament. Alabama's in the big dance, but they start the SEC tournament play, really playing for seeding to hold on to that 5 or maybe slip to a 6 or whatever. They get Vandy tonight. They barely beat Vandy 74-72 in Nashville during the regular season. It's the last game of the day. The tournament starts at 11 today or restarts with Florida and A&M. Big bubble game for both of those teams. Missouri and LSU follow. Then the night session is Mississippi State, South Carolina at 5. And then Vandy and Alabama, all that on the SEC network today. Auburn gets the winner of the first game, the Florida-Texas A&M game, at 11 a.m. tomorrow after the double bye for the Tigers. Last night, Missouri eliminated Ole Miss. Keep an eye and see if that job opens up. Vandy beat Georgia. Tom Crean is out of a job at Georgia, according to reports. In fact, Lunsford, give me cut number 5. This could be the last soundbite we ever play of Tom Crean on the show. He is out as the head coach at Georgia, according to reports. And here's how he ended his time at Georgia last night with this comment about the game, the loss that was a hefty one, 86-51.
You got to be a really, really strong team mentally and individually to overcome when you're not making shots. And we've had that issue throughout the year. And then I think the other big thing was the points off the turnovers. And that's been a problem for us all year. So a lot of the things that hurt us throughout the year hurt us today. Our shooting was not good at all. Too many turnovers, too many open threes, too much miscommunication, and too much losing our spirit when we're not scoring points.
Hard to believe that Tom Crean couldn't get it done more at Georgia than he did.
It was just an awful run. Brian, I know you don't, as much as you like him, you don't like the fact that he dyes his hair.
Oh, he definitely dyes his hair. Well, so does Coach K, though. I mean, you're not going to take a shot at Coach K for it. I mean, Nick Saban dyes his hair. Nick Saban's the best that's ever done it.
I think he colors it, right?
What's the difference?
Well, I think if you go to a stylist, they will put color in your hair. I think Dunaway used to get his Easter egg colored a little bit.
I would do a little, I think we called it, what was it, the ombre?
Yeah, but you can actually do the dye yourself. I think Tom Crean is one that does the dye himself.
Amen. Yeah.
Back to that picture you had up for us. So that's Georgia fans last night in Tampa. They went to the local Kroger down there and grabbed 6 grocery bags and cut the eyes out of it back to the old Aints of the 70s.
Hey, look at this. One dude's asleep. Go back to that one shot real quick.
the guy in the middle?
Well, he's watching Georgia Vandy. Do you blame him?
Oh, that guy
is asleep, yeah. He is out cold.
Well, I would tell you that a lot of still photos in our world today, if you're looking down at your smartphone, you look asleep.
Yeah, that guy looks asleep.
I'm scared to do anything in public now.
You are? Because there's
just people are taking shots now.
No, I told my daughter, that's one of the lessons I gave my teenage daughter. Assume you're always being recorded. Yep. Always, always, always. Just live under that assumption.
So that's what's happening at the SEC Tournament. Alabama football takes the field tomorrow. Speaking of football, I've got a story that you're going to love after LT tells us about our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yes, Dunaway, our friends at Mortgage Right, they have been with us since day one here on the next round, and things fall apart. There's even a book about it. That doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of a top-notch mortgage professional. Get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
I wanted to tell this story before we went to Jeff from Anniston. Would you pull Jeff up so he can hear the story? And I want his live in-person reaction.
Hey, Jeff.
Hey, Jeff, how are you?
Man, what's up?
Not much. Listen to this story. I want your live reaction, and then we'll get into your phone call. But new USC football coach Lincoln Riley has found his new place to live. A college football coach just spent $17.2 million on his new Los Angeles home. $17.2 million for his home.
You got to spend it, I reckon.
I reckon. I heard that in a while. Jeff, I got to ask you this before I forget, because I was thinking about this the other day, and I don't know how it came up, but there was a film I watched as a kid, and it was really campy. It was in the 70s, and it was something got out, something toxic, and bees and animals were like huge, bigger. You know
Food of the Gods?
What was it called?
Food of the Gods?
Maybe. I knew that you would.
Was Joan Collins in it?
I don't think she was. It took place in the wilderness.
Now, they had all kind of them movies back in the 70s. There, Shatner was in Kingdom of the Spiders, and there was Night of the Lepus was the giant rabbit.
Yeah, but this was different. Like, it was like, one scene it was, a bumblebee, and then the next it was, like a rabbit. I mean, it was a bunch of different animals. It took place, it was outdoors. But I watched it multiple times on like HBO, and I was just trying to remember the name of that movie.
I don't know. I probably saw it because them movies are right up my alley. Yeah, I love those.
I'm gonna read them real quick. Some of the greatest bug movies: Invasion of the Bee Girls.
No, I don't remember a bunch of Bee Girls.
I've seen that one actually on Riff Tracks. Yeah. That's pretty good.
Was it them? Was it called Them?
I don't know. I really don't know.
That's about the ants. That's in the 50s.
I love that Jeff knows all these.
The beginning of the
I
end.
saw that just about 2 or 3 weeks ago.
This is going to be in the 70s. This is going to be late 70s.
Right, yeah. There was a lot of them then too, 50s and 70s. A lot of those giant types.
Kingdom of the Spiders?
That was the Shatner movie in the 70s, yeah. That's pretty funny.
The Wasp Woman?
Nope.
I seen that one, yeah, on the cinematic Titanic riffed on it.
That's
a 50s movie.
The Black Scorpion?
No.
That's a 50s movie. That's on Mystery Science Theater.
I used to love Mystery Science Theater.
And there was one of
that
the
riff tracks I talk about, it's them three guys that did it at the end. They do riff to something called
Hey, you'll
riff
appreciate
tracks
this, Jeff. You'll appreciate this, and the guys will back me up here. The late SEC Commissioner Mike Slive, our pitch to him when they were launching the SEC Network was to let us do a Mystery Science Theater 3000 type show with old SEC football games.
Oh, man, that would have been great.
It'd still be good.
I don't know that he considered it. He acted like he considered it. That might have just been a courtesy to us. I think ultimately they were afraid that we'd make fun of people that are still alive and it'd blow back on the conference.
I think Sankey probably be down for it. We probably need to revisit.
We may try to revisit it, but that was our pitch to them.
You know what we should do?
Yeah,
we should do it is we should film one and show them how it would work.
Show them how funny it would be. Lunsford, do you think we could pull, you and Scott, you think we could pull that off like an old Mystery Science Theater with a college football game?
I mean, y'all basically would sit in front of the screen, film the screen, and then have y'all the lightings where you basically be like a silhouette of you.
All we have to do is we could go down to one of our big sponsors that have a big projection TV, and we just sit in front of that, turn out all the lights.
Scott just said the rights to the video.
Well, we're going to do it as a test, and the SEC will have the rights to the video. They thumbs it up or thumbs it down.
Yeah,
I like the idea.
As long as I gave a thumbs up, I guess that'd be okay.
All right. And quick shout out to my Golden Eagles for winning the state championship last week.
That's right.
Yeah, that was outstanding.
Yeah.
And have y'all ever seen that video with Orson Welles doing the wine commercials back in the 70s? He used to do Paul Masson, I think, wine commercials, and he is just blitzed. I mean, he can't say his lines. He can't. Get time. Just look up Orson Welles drunk commercial. It's hilarious. And I always wondered, that Jimmy Buffer, whatever, makes you pay a bunch of money for doing the old "Let's Get Ready to Rumble." If you do it in a different language, do you have to pay?
That's a good question. I don't know.
I bet you don't.
Yeah. I honestly think it's just, I don't know that you have to pay if you say the phrase. I think it's just playing him saying it.
Right. Okay. I thought he would sue or make you pay a certain amount of money.
I think even if you say the phrase in that voice, I think he can.
He got asked on Good Morning Football. I think Peter Schrager asked him straight up, "Hey, we've always heard that we would get fined if we use it," and he said, "Look, if you're not trying to profit or promote anything with it, that's not true."
Yeah.
So you could always go back to that clip, and it was during Super Bowl week.
Yeah, not that I've ever wanted to play it, but as you know,
not that I've
Jeff,
ever wanted to say it.
Yeah, we used to get a yearly reminder when we worked in radio to never use it.
And, I was listening to y'all the other day. I had a little buzz going on, and I thought, damn, I'm lucky to have such a great show locally, and I'm glad I caught y'all at the very beginning, too. I was lucky enough to be around when y'all
look, I don't know how mobile you are. We've always wanted to meet you, and I'm giving you a free invite up here, and we've got our friends at Bud Light. We've got a keg of Bud Light. We got a keg of Stella, and we'd love to have you up here and just hang out.
Just make sure there's enough beer there, and I'm there, bud.
Yeah, I mean, we it's not unlimited kegs over here, but we've got a cooler full and then a closet full of all the Bud Light you want.
I mean, can you imagine Jeff doing a keg stand behind me on my
I would love it.
shut?
I don't think you could drink us dry up here. I'll put it that way.
That sounds like a good start anyway. And we were all pulling for Brittany, over her dad, and we were glad the court ruled for her and everything. But then, like last week, you see them pictures and you remember, oh, yeah, she's batshit crazy.
And there's more. I've got a buddy, Steven, and I don't follow her on Instagram, but he'll send me, anytime I get a direct message from him on Instagram, I know what it is. It's a Brittany picture.
Yeah.
And there was another one that came out this week.
Yeah.
It's nonstop.
You've described her well, I'm afraid.
Then one more thing, then I'll get to the sports thing real quick. But the other day, y'all were talking about Tennessee basketball being surprised about not making the Final Four. And Jim brought up, I thought the Ernie and Bernie show would have made it. Well, LT said, Ernie Grunfeld and Bernie Bickerstaff. And Brownie Dunaway or nobody on the chat room corrected it. I was like, I can't believe that nobody caught that.
Well, I don't even know who it was. Who was the other one?
Bernard King.
Bernard King.
I caught myself after the fact, Jeff.
I thought that was pretty funny. But all right, the other day, and this was before that Mariota chick did this, believe it or not, but I was checking out the 24/7 composite on the 2023 recruiting. And here's some real interesting things I want y'all to know. I just did the top 100. Okay, the state that was number one in the top 100 was Florida with 20, amazingly. Texas was second with 17. Little old Alabama was tied with Georgia with 10.
How about that? For third?
10 of the top 100.
That's incredible.
Yeah. They had 6 of the top 39. In the top 51, Florida and Texas has 10. Alabama has 7. And then California has 5. The Big Ten has 10 total in all the Big Ten states. There's 10.
That's incredible.
If Missouri was in the Big Ten, they would be leading the Big Ten in top 100 recruits.
Wow. And a lot of Missouri people, that's where they wanted to go. They wanted to leave the Big 12 for the Big 10, and they never could get an offer from the Big 10. They wanted to go with Nebraska to the Big 10, and they took Rutgers and Maryland instead of bringing Missouri in.
And you believe Ohio only had 2, and Pennsylvania only has 2?
That's shocking.
Yeah. That was not the case when you and I were kids, Jeff.
No. And so it made me think, do you think there was any way that the strength of how, Bama's in-state recruiting this year maybe got some of the Auburn people nervous about him not maybe being able to get, I don't remember us ever having this kind of recruiting in the state.
Yeah.
I mean, because it just seemed like strange timing to try to force him out. Are they nervous about this recruiting class, you think?
Well, to your point, if 7 of the top 51 players are in the state of Alabama and you have a coach in Bryan Hodgson who you don't think can get them to come to Auburn, your hope is that some of those guys grew up in an Auburn family and they love Auburn and not anything else. They just want to go to Auburn. They've always dreamed of that because if not, you're right. I mean, you're looking at a very easy pick of 7 of the best recruits in the country for Nick Saban if Bryan Hodgson is not lucky enough to have some people that love Auburn football in that top 7.
If Hodgson wins 8 or 9 next year, will he stay?
He should. If he wins 8 with this roster, they should love the job he's doing. Yeah,
well, it should be, but I mean, he's not getting fired because of just win-loss records. So I don't know that makes it a guarantee. Yeah,
that's why I was wondering. Another day, I heard y'all talk about underperforming franchises the last 10 years. I'm a Steelers fan, as y'all might remember. What grade would you give Tomlin for the last 10 years?
He's won a Super Bowl.
Not the last 10 years.
Not last 10 years.
We've won 3 playoff games in the last 10 years.
Yeah, look, I have always said Tomlin. I know Dunaway disagrees. I've always said he's overrated.
Way overrated.
Yeah, and you had Roethlisberger. Roethlisberger the last couple of years has not obviously been in his prime, and now he's gone. But 5 or 6 years ago, Roethlisberger was a top 5 quarterback.
Yeah, I would say either a C+ or a low B.
Yeah, I would go C+.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. I mean, his longevity speaks for itself, and I think he does a good job. But those numbers that surprises me a little bit. I thought they would have more playoff wins than that. And Big Ben's a MVP Super Bowl type quarterback for some of those years. So that is underachieving. Yeah, no doubt about it. And I think the last couple of years he's been on a hot seat, and they decided to keep him.
They just don't change coaches. Yeah, they don't fire coaches.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, but I mean, it really is hard, real quick, Jeff, that he doesn't have losing seasons, though.
Right, I know it. He's always just enough to hang on.
He's in it to the last weekend or in the playoffs.
Yeah, made the playoffs this year. Yep.
All right. Well, I think this is an AD question. Will Texas win SEC championship in football or basketball within the first 7 years? And which is more likely?
Basketball with Chris Beard.
I think basketball is more likely. Chris Beard's the better of the two coaches.
Will they do it?
I think they will.
Yeah, regular season or tournament, I get either one. I will take Texas basketball.
I'd say Texas basketball, baseball first, but you didn't give me that option. Yeah, basketball, then football. Yeah,
baseball's number 1. I saw a video though. I think Texas. I think Texas State beat them last night. Did you see it? The pitcher gets the last strikeout and does the biggest horns down you have ever seen to the Texas dugout.
Oh.
It was fantastic. And on Texas Phil, by the way. They're in Austin.
Yeah, don't get suckered into midweek baseball games.
No,
North Alabama beat Alabama last night.
Buddy, they celebrated like they had just won in Omaha, though. Texas State did.
Yeah, I bet they did.
Who will win the SEC football championship first, A&M, Texas, or Oklahoma? And that's my last one.
A&M.
Thanks.
See you, buddy.
A&M. Okay.
A&M for me.
If Lincoln was still in Oklahoma, I would go Oklahoma. I don't even know where I'd go.
I know,
that's a good
that's
question.
a hard question.
It's really difficult.
You look at the Jimmies and Joes, and that's Texas A&M, man. You look at the Jimbos and Joes, and that's Texas A&M, man. Gig 'em.
I guess I'd have to go A&M. And boy, that stake bet that we put, I guess like the first year we were on the show together, 2027 seemed like forever.
It really did.
I
thought, there ain't no way we'll remember this in 2027.
They don't even have to win it. They just got to get there, which isn't easy.
Yeah.
A&M's got to win the West, right?
Guess where they ain't going this year? Atlanta.
You don't know that, LT. They play the games for a reason. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Alabama Power. Staying connected never been more important.
You're absolutely right. Dunaway, on top of that, for more than a century, Alabama Power and its employees have served our state, and that's not all. Alabama Power works closely with the Salvation Army to support Project Share. It helps those in need with their utility bills. Learn more at alabamapower.com/community. Alabama Power, power for a better Alabama.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Have you had a pipe burst? A washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem for a Dry Tech specialist. They're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. You know, the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
My wife and I are getting the best sleep we've ever had. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. We get it thanks to Sleep Outfitters. It's a truly customized experience. We went into the local Sleep Outfitters, answered just a few questions. In mere moments, they have us literally laying on mattresses, finding the best one for us. We picked the Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress, and we've never slept better. And right now, Sleep Outfitters President's Day sale went so well, they've extended it through the end of February. Get a free box spring with any Sealy Outfitters Posturepedic Plus spring mattress starting at just $229. That's up to a $350 value, yours free. Save up to $800 on adjustable mattress sets from Tempur-Pedic and Stearns & Foster. With 0 interest on approved credit, Tempur-Pedic and Stearns & Foster mattresses start at just $23 a month. Get free delivery and set up an incredible free gifts valued up to $300 with qualifying purchases. When you come to the extended President's Day sale now at your local Sleep Outfitters, find the one nearest you in Alabama at sleepoutfitters.com. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Nextroundlive.com for the bracket challenge presented by Exclusive Auto Wholesale right there on Highway 31 in Pelham. EAW there, great inventory. If you're looking for a previously owned car, great conditions, unbelievable place right there. Exclusive Auto Wholesale, Highway 31 in Pelham. They are bringing you the bracket challenge this year. Nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com. Go secure your place right there in the Farmfolio chat room over there. Tom, giving a shout out to Montevallo's women's lacrosse team, a winner last night, 12-8. Rhett says, I'm surprised you guys have never met Jeff from Anniston. I am too, to be honest with you. That over the years, I thought we'd have a Jeff from Anniston encounter at a meeting or
yeah, we did a lot of events on jogs, and you would have just thought that we would cross paths.
Philip says Sunbelt baseball is real midweek game for everyone, not just Texas. Yeah, sometimes though you'll get the non-power team who will pitch a better pitcher than the power team will midweek. I'm not saying all situations are the same, but I know like this weekend the SEC does not start SEC play, so Alabama losing to UNA is just getting your rotation set up kind of thing, I guess, or UNA is just better than Alabama. But I would imagine Texas wasn't throwing their ace last night.
You know, it's funny how big baseball is in certain places. It's not as big in our state. In the state of Mississippi, it's huge. My daughter is considering going to Ole Miss, and they were having junior day in April, and I went to book a hotel room. We were going to go, and I went to book a hotel room. There were no hotel rooms in Oxford. None. And I'm like, something's going on, obviously. So I immediately checked the baseball schedule. Well, of course, it's baseball weekend. And then the next weekend, we decided to change. Well, then my wife picks a weekend that's the Ole Miss Mississippi State weekend. And there are no hotel rooms for that either.
Yeah.
And which is crazy, man, that the baseball series eats up all their hotel rooms.
I would look for a road game for them.
Well, that's what we've done. Thank you, Jeff. Yes, I appreciate the insight there. But I told my wife, and she was like, why are there no hotel rooms? I said, Mississippi State, Ole Miss baseball. And she goes, well, what night do they play? I said, well, they play 3 nights. And I'm trying to explain to her, that's the Iron Bowl for that state. That's that state's Iron Bowl. And my wife could not accept that.
All right. Viewing menu every day is brought to you by our friends at the Farmfolio chat room. Excuse me. No, that's wrong. That was the Farmfolio chat room. The viewing menu is brought to you by New Life Art.
Yes, New Life Art, bringing you those memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 800-735-2787 or online, danielmooreart.com.
All right, coming back to HBO Max starting today. One of the Best Picture nominees for this year is kind of going through, trying to mention every time those are on so people can watch them. I think the absolute biggest snub this year at the Oscars is Denis Villeneuve, director of Dune, for not getting nominated. Dune, I don't know if you had any interest, liked it or not, but
watched the original when I was a kid.
Thought it was great. Thought it was really well done. pretty much every movie he does is an Oscar contender and really, really good. But it's back on HBO Max now if you want to watch that. 5:30 tonight on Showtime, Ex Machina, one of the best movies in the A24 catalog.
Yeah, I thought it was great.
Really, really good. Oscar Isaac, Donald Gleason, Alicia Vikander in that one. And then 7 p.m. tonight on TMC, my favorite movie of 2019, one of the best war movies I've ever seen, 1917. I thought it was phenomenal.
I thought it was very well done.
Yeah, I thought it was well done, too.
It's one of those, though, I would say, and I saw it, I made a point to see it in the theater just because of the way it was shot. And I don't know how well that'll translate to TV, but if you saw it in the theater, it was amazing.
Roger Deakins, the cinematographer for that, I think is the greatest of all time. He's won multiple Oscars, nominated a million times.
Just that shot, it was incredible, and just how stressful the entire movie is.
Yeah, it really is.
So well done. Have you seen The Tourist on Netflix? Somebody just sent me a text said you need to check it out. I don't know anything about it.
I don't know. I don't know anything about it.
I haven't either. By the way, you're watching Showtime, right? What's the Lakers show?
Yeah.
Winning Time.
Winning Time. That's out there. Apparently, the Jerry West character, the way he's being portrayed,
Jason Clarke is the actor,
is drawing major criticism, as you would imagine.
Boy, if I'm Jerry West and that is not me, if that's not even close to me, I'm really upset.
Yep.
And unfortunately for him, this has all been shot. It's not like they can say like what Dunaway's about to say, and they're like, okay, we'll back off a little bit. They've already shot this.
For people, this is from The Athletic, who have talked to people who was around Jerry West back then. For people who were around the Lakers in the early 80s, those might include minor details like Jerry West's office not having a window for him to throw a trophy through, which happens in the pilot episode, or that the Lakers general manager Bill Sharman speaking in a full voice when in reality a vocal cord injury meant he spoke barely above a whisper ever. And in the show, owner Dr. Jerry Buss negotiated a job with the Lakers for his daughter Jeannie in 1979 when she would have been only 17 at the time, and he did not do that. Those are some things that went on, and then it goes on to talk about his personality is nothing like that. It's a total mischaracterization
I
of
can
Jerry
see
West.
it. You know, I was talking to Lunsford in one of our breaks, and that trophy scene, it's his MVP trophy. And, I mean, can you see anybody in the front office take their MVP trophy when Magic Johnson is drafted first overall because you disagree with the pick and you throw it through the glass?
And I know they lost when he got that, but he constantly brings that up. Like, I'm so angry. I cannot believe they honor me with this. I cannot believe they thought I was a good player. I mean, just constantly over and over. And I was like, at some point, I know you're angry. You want to win the championship, obviously.
Yeah,
at some point, you'd be like, still got an NBA MVP trophy here.
I don't know about you. I enjoyed the first episode. Again, I wish they would have done it with like a fictional team, because if this is not going to be historically accurate at all, I don't understand it. So I think I'll probably drift off this one.
Mitch Kupchak, who would know Jerry West very well, 31 years around him. The guy in the show playing Jerry and the Jerry I worked with for 14 years is not the same guy. Jerry was passionate but never once lost his temper and threw things, never even got mad about a lot of things to where you would know it, and I would know.
That's a shame, though, because you know they do that. Anytime they're doing a true story, I think there are a lot of directors that think, all right, we got to have a protagonist and antagonist. You know, we need to check all these boxes. Who can we make, the antagonist? All right, well, let's go with this Jerry West guy. Let's make him a jerk, because we got to have that.
Always dangerous if you hear a story about, a Steve Martin was a bad tipper or he didn't want to sign an autograph. It might not be fair to gauge this opinion based on one situation, because we all have bad days. But I did talk to somebody in this building that saw Jerry West after an Alabama game. He was in town scouting, and he went up to him and said, "Hey, look, I appreciate everything you did for the Lakers organization." And he said, "I don't work for them," and walked off.
Well, that's one thing they say.
All right.
That's one thing they just said. Was he with the Grizzlies at the time?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. He's now with the Clippers. And they point out here, West officially in his organization, and he's 83 now, by the way, Jerry West, their response is, we're not supporting nor involved with this project. That's all they're saying.
That's all they'll say?
Yeah. But some people believe that those close to who created the project love the Lakers, and the fact that he is now working for a consulting, the Clippers, rubbed them the wrong way when they were putting this project together.
Well, I mean, this sounds stupid, but rather than be portrayed as a jerk, if I'm Jerry West, I wish they would downplay the fact that I didn't want him to draft Magic. What an awful personnel decision that is for Jerry West.
One of the worst in history.
Yeah. I mean, that's the top 5 player of all time.
But I was having the conversation with the roommate. I was watching that. I said, I didn't realize that. But if they don't, it came down to the coin flip too. Was one of the main storylines. It was between the Lakers and the Bulls
for the first pick.
So imagine if the Bulls win the coin flip, they take Magic. Magic's a Bull. The Bulls are good. Jordan never goes to the Bulls.
That's right. They don't get that pick.
The Lakers never have this run.
Yep.
I mean, it's one of these situations that history has really completely thrown
Did the
up.
Bulls go Sidney Moncrief second?
I don't even know. No, he played for the Bucks.
Yeah. But, I mean, it was 1-2 Bird and Magic, right? Magic and Bird. They didn't go same year?
Bird was I forgot how that worked out.
Well,
I thought
I'll
Bird
pull up the
went the
draft
year
for you real
before.
quick. All right,
David Greenwood is who the Bulls drafted.
Yeah, I don't even know who that is. Bill Cartwright was the third pick to the Knicks. Sidney Moncrief didn't go. He went fifth to the Bucks.
Yeah, it does not address that West. They're not doubting that West wanted Sidney Moncrief.
But Larry Bird was not in that draft.
No,
right?
he was the year before. He was number 6 the year before.
To the Celtics.
Yeah.
All right, they changed the NBA. And
He
that was
went sixth.
5 teams regretted that one.
Michael Thompson to the Blazers first, Phil Ford second, Ricky Roby third, Michael Ray Richardson fourth, Purvis Short fifth, Larry Bird sixth.
Wow. Indiana State.
Who was first overall again?
Michael Thompson from the Bahamas.
I mean, he was really good.
Yeah, he was
but
good, and Phil
boy,
Ford had a decent
Clay
career,
Thompson
didn't he?
played in Minnesota.
And Roby was a serviceable big man. I mean, he's a starter a long time with the Celtics.
None of them were Bird, obviously, but you didn't know Bird was Bird, or you would have drafted
They
him.
do play. The thing is, they do play this up for people that wouldn't know the history. They play this up like it was Larry Bird, Magic Johnson were the two that they were choosing from almost. They mention in there like, well, the Celtics got Bird, but they keep talking about Bird Johnson the entire time. Like those are the two that I know they're the biggest names, and Lakers, Celtics, all that. But it sounds like they're at the same.
But
coming out at the
we've
same time.
never in the history of the NBA, and that league's been around a long time. We've never had a player rivalry like that. I don't know of any sport ever
And it
like you
changed,
had with Larry and Magic.
It changed television. I lived through it, and to show you how it was played up, Lunsford, I thought they came out the same year because they played in the national championship game together.
Was it aired live?
The national championship of college basketball? Yeah, it was live. It was
I think it was the first one, though, that was aired live because of that. Or they had not aired it live a lot.
The NBA playoffs is what changed. The finals some were live and some were tape delayed.
Okay.
The NBA finals were not always live on television, and that changed with Bird and Magic. They became all live at that point. I always thought the college basketball was always live.
Okay, I could be wrong.
But I can remember, I'm such a geek, the NBC broadcast, Bryant Gumbel on location. The theme song was "This Is It." Remember that there was a pop song.
Kenny Loggins.
Yeah, "This Is It." So they played that coming in, showing the national, the montage of Bird and Magic throughout the year. It was on NBC. It was, I think, Dick Enberg was on the call.
Oh, it had to have been.
It was back when NBC had, it looked like the state of Nevada and upside down Nevada as its logo, red and blue. They'd gotten away from the peacock for a while for some reason, and that was their iconic
remember
logo.
that. Yeah.
It looked like two things on a map.
Yep.
It was just a weird time, but that was live, and it was in a small basketball arena, just crazy.
I remember one of the biggest things about the rivalry was the Converse weapons.
Oh yeah, Bird had the black ones, and Magic had the Laker colors.
Yep. and if you were, you picked your sides.
You did.
People were either a Lakers fan or a Celtics fan.
I mean, pretty much. Let's just say it like it is. If you were a white kid, you were wearing the Birds. If you weren't, you were wearing the Lakers.
That's a lot of it did come down to that.
It's pretty much what
but
it was.
I was a white kid that was always a Lakers guy.
It wasn't 100%, but most of the racial
I
lines
hated
were
the
drawn
Celtics.
there.
I still don't like the Celtics.
Yeah.
It's ingrained hate for me.
They've been hot a lot lately. Our friends at Odie's, always a hot time on Wednesday night. These two on either side of me here last night entertaining you with trivia at Odie's.
It was a great crowd last night, bro.
We had fun.
So you got one of your trivia questions? These are the things.
I got one I didn't ask.
Okay, the facts that you will learn at Odie's, things we ask. Odie's Team Trivia every Wednesday night. While Brown is pulling this, you can stop in for a great lunch or dinner today. Enjoy that incredible food from Rodney Davis, award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich, inside or outside on that patio. Go see Will Haver and the great staff at Odie's Tavern in Crestline Village. And every Wednesday night, Odie's Team Trivia with questions like this.
All right. Billie Eilish's full name is Billie Eilish Pirate Baird O'Connell. Billie Eilish's full name is Billie Eilish Pirate Baird O'Connell. True or false?
Boy, it's a strange family. Again, I know you don't like her music. I think she is extremely talented. I'm going to say it's true. It's so ridiculous.
I'm going to say it's false.
It is 100% true.
Her brother is extremely talented. He's the one behind everything. He's the one that produces all our music. He's the one that wins all the Grammys.
But man, she's a.
I'm not saying she's not a good musician.
Yeah, really good vocalist.
Yeah, and I like her. I like her lyrics too.
Right.
One of the great love songs is "Ocean Eyes."
I think she's really, really, really talented. So one more question. So Billie Eilish, what came first, Billie Eilish or peanut butter M&Ms?
How old is, well, that would help me.
That would help you tremendously.
That's going to gauge it for you.
I got this wrong. I'll tell you, Dunner. I got it wrong.
I think she's 24, which would take us back almost. So no, I think peanut butter M&Ms is a 2000 thing, and we're not in 2000. So I think it's that came in the 2000s, and I think she's 24. So I'm going to say that she came before peanut butter M&Ms.
Believe it or not, she was born in 2001. She is young.
Jeez.
Peanut butter M&Ms all the way back to 1991. I don't remember because they are by far the best M&Ms to me. I like the peanut M&M as well, but the peanut butter to me is the best. And I don't remember that red bag being out in the 1990s.
Me either. I thought it was just the original M&Ms and the peanut, not the peanut butter M&Ms. So you're saying peanut butter
Yeah,
M&Ms.
peanut butter.
Wow, did not know that. That's trivia last night at Odie's. When we come back, more on that the Lincoln Riley house. I mentioned it when we were going to Jeff. Some more details about that house. Well, I mean, what are they saying in this day of NIL? Finally, at least the players are getting something, but the coach just bought a $17 million house at USC. What's going to happen? College football is going to implode now. The coaches are living in $17 million
mansions.
homes.
They got mansions now.
Stay with us on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour, The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
March has arrived and you want to watch all the games. So make sure the only thing upset is your bracket. Call Blakely's Bouquets today. Order a beautiful arrangement for your girl so you can watch the game without the guilt. My friends at Blakely's Bouquets have unique and custom designs, and they give you speedy same-day delivery. Order online at blakeleysbouquets.com or over the phone 205-579-4900 or stop by in person right on Oxmoor Road in Homewood. Avoid the upsets at Blakely's Bouquets. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA. It's time to party with Redmont Vodka for the madness. Go to redmontvodka.com/final pour and get ready. On March 13th, the link to Charles Barkley's Final Pour will be emailed to you. Submit your picks before the first game and share that you've submitted on your social media, and make sure to tag at Redmont Vodka and at Next Round Live. Then all you have to do is fill out your bracket. It's the Charles Barkley's Final Pour bracket, brought to you by Redmont Vodka and The Next Round.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Now, the SEC will do this tomorrow, by the way. But Chris Felica, a football fan, College Game Day, just said, nothing like a one-bid league sending its top seed out there for an 11 a.m. tip. Talk about setting your best team up for being knocked off.
Is this Duke?
No, I mean, it's a one-bid league. I got to see who's the one-bid league he has out there playing.
I was
right
about to
now.
say, I mean, Duke's the only. I guess Carolina's ranked.
Here's
not a one-bid league.
Here's what I've always thought. If I ran a conference, here's the way I would do it. And I think this is what the SEC does, by and large. It's close. I would send my one seed out whenever the championship game is, so that if they continue to win, I think you always get the 24-hour rest, right?
Yep.
I think in the SEC, the one seed plays 11, and then they start getting extra rest after that.
Yeah, well, at 11 a.m., we've got Providence, I assume he's talking about Butler and Providence, but that's not a one-bid league.
Yeah. I don't know.
Could he be talking about already out there, Toledo? Is the MAC a one-bid league?
Yeah.
Toledo's trailing Central Michigan 32-30 at the half right now.
Big favorite, too. I took a long look at Toledo this morning, laying double digits.
So that could be who he's talking about there.
That's probably why he sent that out.
Yeah, it's a one-bid league there. He probably's on the other side of it.
Yep.
Part of our show today being brought to you by the Legion FC. We'll talk to Jay Heaps in the final hour of the show. I got the T-shirt on today.
That's a good-looking shirt, too. This is what you kind of had envisioned with our T-shirt design, right?
It's a good example right here. Go ahead, LT.
So you've got the Legion logo, which is a great logo. And we've got really cool, I think the Next Round logo is pretty incredible that Nancy Henniger put together for us. So you're envisioning maybe the Next Round logo and then some other stuff around it. Right. I don't know what all they've got going on. It just comes together well.
Yeah. Like here, this is all stuff from the city of Birmingham, and it's into clover to celebrate St. Patrick's Day.
There's a phrase for what that is, and I cannot remember the phrase, where you take a bunch of words and images and you put it together into one image.
Right?
No, there's something beyond that. There's a phrase. I'm going to see.
But we could have like a landmine. We could have a beer can.
I like that
bottle
idea.
Of bourbon.
Was that your idea, Dunaway?
I call it an artistic melange. It's a word I made up. A melange. It is
an Andy Griffith show.
It is a Monet melange, a collage, a mixture. A melange.
It could be a T-shirt mash. How about that? Yeah. But this is what you've been trying to say for weeks.
Have I not said it well?
No, but
I haven't. No, you have not. Yeah. Because this is the first time I understand this. What you're saying.
I understand it. Just looking at it without you saying it.
But what is the overall image going to be that we create?
Like this?
Yeah. What the clover?
The clover makes sense.
Well,
I mean, it all comes together.
Okay, the clover makes sense. By the way, a clover would look good for us, right? That would be a good one. Yeah, every March we could roll the clover shirt out.
I think you're overplaying St. Patty's Day a little bit. Okay.
Could be other stuff. Could be
a jack-o'-lantern. It could be Halloween, right?
You could take the Next Round logo, right? and then you
put
just
it in like where the logo behind you, like the black part.
Yeah.
Put little images and stuff like that. That's the filler of like what the black is.
Right.
With
Take the words
over
out. Just use the half black circle.
You can even put the words in, just whatever instead of just the black.
Yeah, you
it's
can have a
images
little
that make the black.
Vizsla, a little ladybird.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah, let's do that. You've brought
The dog hater over there.
You've brought the idea. I'm not a dog hater, but you've brought the idea. Let's let the creative people massage the idea. You've brought the idea. You've done enough. Let's let Lunsford.
Are you cool with the golf club in there?
Oh, all that we can have. Yes.
The next round logo as a rising sun with a mountaintop. I mean, you can do a million things, but be creative. Be creative.
Word cloud is what Shannon is saying. I think word cloud is what I'm looking for there.
Thank you.
It's a word
But
cloud.
how's it a word cloud if it's not any words? There's a few words in there.
There's words in there.
Yeah,
Anyway.
there's hammers and stars.
Back to the business at hand. The Legion plays Sunday, and they got $7 tickets. BHMLegion.com. BHMLegion.com. Go pack protective.
Are you going out?
tickets. I'm thinking about it.
I'm thinking about going out as well.
$7 tickets. BHMLegion.com. Go support them. It's a 4:00 kick. National TV. Let's pack protective. And we'll talk to Jay coming up a little bit later on. Part of our show today also being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports.
Yeah, Precision Sports, again, another great sponsor here on the next round. And from pediatrics to geriatrics, injuries starting to pile up on the field and in the yard. Affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health. Precision Sports Medicine Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field. So make the call today, 855-219-6200 or online precisionsportsortho.com.
The Lincoln Riley House, and I should have sent it to Forrester so we could
so we
show
don't get
pictures.
to see it. I still haven't seen it.
The pictures are there. If you pull up the story, there's no way you can get to it quickly enough, I guess.
How many square feet is it for $17 million in LA?
Oh, LA. So
what do you think they're about?
Okay,
$200 a square foot, $250 a square foot?
I would say that's probably a $5 million house in Birmingham, and I would say that you're probably looking at 8 to 10,000 square feet.
Yeah.
Palo Verde Verdes Estates in California, where it is, listed at $19.5. So they took 2.4.
Oh, they got a deal.
They took $2.4 million off of it.
I bet it's USC fans.
It's Spanish. It's a Spanish style house. It was built in the 1920s.
You know what? That backside.
Oh, Lunsford's got us a video of it.
The Ricardos. It looks like
it really does.
The pull shot from that movie. I'm not kidding. And because it was probably vacant, maybe they filmed it there.
Hey, you're right, Lance.
Yeah.
It does look like from being the Ricardos.
Now, this is Lincoln Riley, college football coach's house.
Oh, he's got a putting green that looks like a crap, though.
Yeah, well, they got to get it fixed up.
Yeah, they got to fix that.
Home includes an elevator, multi-seat movie theater.
I like that driveway.
Tennis courts, putting greens, a sauna. The Rileys can jump in a sauna. He leaves Norman, which was hot in the summertime, to a sauna in L.A. And get this, LT, a 600-bottle wine room.
I didn't know Lincoln was a consumer of the wine, of the
I
vino.
bet he is. Okay, so looking at that property, my man Rodrigo couldn't have any other clientele. I mean, he'd be working nonstop.
Yeah,
His upkeep on this house is going to be insane.
Yeah, you got to have a full timer there, don't you think?
Yep, you have to.
Yeah. Boy, it's a pretty house, though. I'm not that
Spanish style.
It's not my favorite.
Yeah, I can take it or leave it.
Yeah.
Lincoln Riley left a $2 million home in Norman, Oklahoma. How big was his place in Norman for $2 million?
Wait, go back to that dining room
the same
shot.
size, yeah.
I can't see me and the kids sitting down and eating Taco Mom at that dining room table. And that's about the only time I use mine at the house. And how many dining room tables does he have?
He's got recruits.
Hey, we got Chris Doering coming up on the other side. Our show being brought to you by our friends at the University of Montevallo. We'll get to Doering coming up. You can get a great education at Montevallo. It's montevallo.edu. Schedule that in-person tour. And find out why Montevallo makes things like Southern Living for a beautiful campus. U.S. News and World Report because of the tuition price. 5 straight years without raising tuition. 5 straight years they decided no more on tuition hikes. Right now you need the break. You get it at Montevallo. Find out everything that will make Montevallo home for your son or daughter. Montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. One thing you know about me is I love my good food. My wife and I, for the first time recently, went to Fairley's Southern Bar and Kitchen, just off 459 in the Grove in Hoover. After starting with a baked pimento cheese dip, my wife moved on to the penne chicken with the cream mashed potatoes, wilted spinach, and lemon caper pan sauce. I ordered the pork chop special over the pureed sweet potatoes. Our meal was fabulous. We had a wonderful time. If you're looking for a great meal or a great date night like we had, Fairley's Southern Bar and Kitchen, just off 459 in the Grove in Hoover.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
High Point Properties specializes in creating beautiful acreage home sites around the Birmingham area. They currently have land tracts in the Helena area ranging from 3 to 43 acres. These properties offer creeks, hardwoods, and beautiful mountain views, only minutes from city conveniences. You can buy now and build later. Call Wes at High Point Properties today to view these properties. 240-0204. That's 240-0204. Or visit hpprop.com. That's hpprop.com. You've heard some of my coworkers talk about the amazing results they've had from Way to Wellness. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. I didn't set out to drop a bunch of weight. I was just looking for sensible snacks to maintain my weight. I found those at Way to Wellness. You can too. Visit aplanforme.com. Whether you want to lose weight or just snack more sensibly and maintain your weight, you can do that with Way to Wellness. I love the fudge graham and the caramel crunch. They are terrific. Find out more at aplanforme.com. And join us here on The Next Round for our journey to a healthier life with Way to Wellness.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We are about to talk to Chris Doering about a little SEC football as everybody's getting out on the field over the next couple of weeks for spring practice. I wonder if Doering's a tamale guy. Our friends at Champy's bring you this hour. Is that a dumb question?
I don't know. I just love your segues.
I wonder if he likes a good tamale.
Who's not a tamale guy?
Some people don't like them, but
I know he's a dog guy, unlike Brown. Look at that.
Yeah. Champy's Chicken brings us this hour of the show every day. Highway 119 in Alabaster is officially lunch down there. They've got those Mississippi Delta tamales there. Those recipes, a little heat to them. It's really good. Chicken on a stick and a whole bunch of great food there. Check them out online, champyschicken.com, Brownie.
All right, Chris Doering joins us now, and his dog. I have forgotten your dog's name, Chris. It was a fantastic name.
It's Butters.
Butters. That's right.
Yeah.
I've forgotten. And also, do you in fact like tamales? I don't know why we're starting.
You know what? When you said tamales, I was thinking like the candy, those little red candies.
Yeah, the hot tamales. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever had a real tamale. And as you guys are talking, even though I'm from the South, I'm not sure Florida's like the real South because I just got introduced to chicken on a stick when I went to Oxford a couple weeks ago. So I think there's some exposure to some new foods that I need to take place.
I bet Cafe Risque's got a tamale.
Hey, the Cafe Risque guy was my buddy, man. We played golf together every day in the off season back when I was in the league. Had some good money games with him.
I bet. Is he still kicking? Is he still walking the earth?
No. Unfortunately, pour some out for my man. But that was a real downer.
Hey,
Lance, good job. Good follow-up.
Let me quickly shift gears in. ESPN did this article this morning on college football's top 25 future quarterback power rankings and what programs are going to be in the best shape over the next 3 years. And the interesting thing here is 7 SEC schools, half of the conference is represented, and Florida's not one of those schools. Did you ever see, including South Carolina's on here, did you ever think you would see a day that Florida would not be in the top 25 rankings of quarterbacks in college football?
It should never be that way. We're talking about specifically at the quarterback position?
Yeah, just quarterback.
I mean, we've talked about this for a long time, dating back to after Tim Tebow left Florida in 2009. That's part of what the struggle has been. Florida's kind of wandered through this barren desert of not having a quarterback. I think famously the Cleveland Browns, they have those jerseys that show all the starting quarterbacks that have started forever. You could make a similar list for Florida since Tebow's left. And really the only real productive year that Florida had came with Kyle Trask, a guy that was a second string quarterback that probably wouldn't even have had a chance to start had it not been for an injury to Felipe Franks. So, yeah, all the quarterbacks that come out of the state of Florida, all of the prevalence of the 7-on-7 leagues here, and not having better representation at your flagship university is really hard to believe.
Yeah. Now, I'll get back to the SEC with you in a second, but Gene Chizik, who you worked beside for several years, is back in coaching. North Carolina goes out for spring football, and he's back in. You've been around him now for a couple of years. Tell me about Chizik. The game, I get the feeling the game has not passed him by when it comes to defensive football.
It's interesting you mentioned that because one of the things that he was constantly doing that I got to kind of ride on his coattails a little bit was he was meeting with defensive coordinators in the offseason, meeting with offensive coordinators, trying to stay up on what was kind of evolving in the game, even though he was technically not out there on the sideline. He wanted to know what the new wrinkles were that everybody was utilizing. So it was a great education for me having a chance to be on some of those Zoom calls with him, but he was constantly seeking that knowledge. And that's why I knew it was inevitable for him to get back on the sideline. The guy's just too good of a coach, too good of a recruiter, too good of a people person to not have that opportunity to press the flesh a little bit more and impact younger players. So I'm excited for him. I'm sad for the loss that Dari and I will have in the studio. I'm sad for the loss of SEC fans that won't have him, kind of wrapping up the night on Saturday evenings. But Chapel Hill and Mac Brown and those players there at UNC got a great one, as we all know.
Chris Doering is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, at Chris Doering on Twitter, at CDoering28 on Instagram. You see him on the SEC Network, hear him on SiriusXM. JT Daniels is reportedly visiting Oregon State today. This is a guy that is going to make his pick after spring ball. But according to Pete Thamel of ESPN, Missouri is very much in contention for him. JT Daniels to Missouri does what for you?
Oh, man, that's interesting. I mean, this time last year, we were hyping up Connor Bazelak. I was specifically as being one of the most underrated untalked about quarterbacks in the conference, and he went out and it ultimately was benched by the time the season was over. So, I think Drink does a great job offensively. That staff does a nice job of meshing together a number of different concepts and putting stressors on the defense. JT Daniels is a proven commodity, both at USC and at Georgia. So I would be excited about it. I think he gives you a chance to win right away, and I think he's got a chip on his shoulder given, kind of what transpired there at Georgia and an opportunity to try to prove himself to be, the guy that we thought he was going to be when he got to Athens originally.
Brian Kelly at LSU is just fascinating to me. I think we all agree that he's an elite coach. He's one of the best in the business right now, and he's taken over this program that just a couple of years is removed from one of the greatest teams we've ever seen. And now this quarterback room, when you've got Miles Brennan and you've got Jaden Daniels, a 3-year starter in the Pac-12 at Arizona State, and you've got one of the top highly recruited guys in Walker Howard, do you think he's set on a quarterback yet, or do you think it's a situation in year one where maybe 3 or even 4 guys play?
Yeah, let's not forget about Garrett Nussmeier. This is a guy that grew up, obviously, with his father, Doug, teaching him and a fan of LSU with his mom having been from Louisiana. So he's passionate about that place, too. That's what you have to have right now. In this day and age of college football, we've seen the importance of having depth at the quarterback position, not only, because of injuries and what may arise there, but having some guys that present some different challenges schematically for defenses. So I think, clearly they've done a great job. Brian Kelly has absolutely killed it in the transfer portal. I think inevitably maybe one of those guys decides to leave after spring practice when the writing's on the wall. But I think that's what you're seeing now that you didn't used to see before. That's stockpiling talent at the quarterback position because you need it now more than ever.
Okay, let's go back to your Florida quarterback situation. I mean, Jack Miller, is he Joe Burrow, poor man Joe Burrow? Is that what you're hoping for in Gainesville, or is it going to be?
I can tell you what, there's a lot of Gator fans that are hoping that's a similar result to what LSU had with the Ohio State transfer. But yeah, Emory Jones is back. I think a lot of people forget about him. AR-15 is back as well, so they've done a nice job of accumulating some talent there. I'm just really excited about Billy Napier, and I know it was one of the underwhelming hires to some people, especially with some of the big name splashes that were out there in this coaching cycle. But the more that I've been around some of those coaches, the more organized that I've come to find out that Coach Napier is. The approach that they're taking, the amount of resources that have been thrown to helping this program get back to the elite level that it used to be a part of. I really think that Florida, it may be tough year one. The schedule's not easy with Utah kicking off the season and always having to play LSU as your crossover rival in the West. But I do think that Coach Napier will have things back on track. And it's quite the challenge, right? I mean, we look at the recruiting rankings, Kentucky, Missouri, Tennessee out-recruited Florida, and it was a transitional year. But what a move that Coach Drink and Coach Stoops have made in making those two places legitimate landing spots, not only for high school athletes coming out, but the way that Coach Stoops has utilized the transfer portal to build that place up over the last couple of years, with Wan'Dale Robinson maybe being and Will Levis the quarterback. Like, those two guys have really changed what I think people think of Kentucky football and made it much easier for other people to realize that it's a legitimate place for them to come play and compete in the SEC.
All right, go follow Doering on Twitter at Chris Doering, at CDoering28 on Instagram, and listen to him on SiriusXM, see him on the SEC Network. We appreciate the time. Go watch your boys play some hoops.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right, Chris. Thank you. Chris Doering with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Is Florida Gators already underway against Texas A&M.
Yeah, that
stake bet on that one.
That is the first game that is out of the gate. Texas A&M up slight lead as they go to the first media timeout. Michigan leading Indiana with 5:18 to go in the first half there, and they've just doing the player introductions there in Brooklyn for Duke and Syracuse with no Buddy Boeheim.
Yeah, and I wanted to make a point on that because I was seeing on Twitter as we were talking to Chris, Joe Giglio, who covers the ACC out of North Carolina, one of the outlets in North Carolina, Andrew Carter, who does the same for the News and Observer in Charlotte, both tweeting basically. And Giglio says, they both say the same thing, but Giglio says there's literally no reason to be here if Syracuse can't sell this building out against Duke.
Yeah, no reason to play in New York.
No, there's really not.
Yeah, I mean, he
It's
makes a great point.
point.
He makes a great point. I mean, if the Qs can't sell it out against Duke, why are you in New York?
Yeah, I mean, that was like I was supposed to go to that tournament in St. Louis when the SEC had it up there, and there was just a strange reason that I was going. I ended up not going, but I don't remember what the Missouri crowds were. But
I don't either.
You would expect that you would get big Missouri crowds.
And I bring it up because I'm interested to see what the crowds are like in Tampa, because if this tournament were in Nashville, it would be a legitimately difficult ticket. As good as Tennessee is, as good as Auburn is, as good as Arkansas is, and as good as Kentucky is, and as easy as those drives are to Nashville, that would be a legitimately difficult ticket. I don't know what it'll be like in Tampa.
Yeah, and it would have been evenly spread out as far as those four teams are the top four seeds. They all play starting tomorrow, 2 in each session. It would have been a perfectly spread out SEC tournament in Nashville, but meanwhile we're in Tampa, and where the crowd was horrible last time we played it down there. We'll see what they're like tomorrow when we get to the main part of the tournament. But to your point about the ACC tournament playing in New York, that big market, they're trying to capture with Syracuse and then when they joined the league what the Big East used to do at Madison Square Garden. Well, the Big East has bumped them out of Madison Square Garden to the Barclays Center. And the place
Which is a nice facility.
It is, but the place is not packed.
Nope.
It's not historic. And you're playing
Syracuse Duke. If you can't sell this one out, what are you going to sell out there?
The New York team is playing the brand in Duke, and it's an 11 o'clock game now on a weekday. But why are you there? It would be totally packed if you were in Greensboro or Charlotte or somewhere like that. But if you're if you're in the ACC, Brown, and you're not a Carolina or Duke fan, you feel like, okay, we're always playing it in your backyard.
And I get that, but most of the ACC is in that backyard. I mean, that's Wake, NC State, Duke, North Carolina. I mean, they're all right there.
Like you started to hear a little bit of it this year with Alabama in the SEC football championship. Oh, we got to play Georgia in Atlanta.
Yeah, it was a Georgia home crowd.
It was a Georgia home crowd, but hey, that has never mattered with Alabama fans.
Alabama
one time. They love going to Atlanta.
That's right.
And then all of a sudden it was like, well, we're big underdogs, and we've got to play over there, basically in their stadium, basically.
Well, that's on Alabama fans. They got the same amount of tickets as Georgia fans. They shouldn't have sold them. But this is literally a different spot. When I was growing up, this tournament was always in Greensboro, and it always felt like must-see TV in Greensboro. And I'm not saying it's not must-see TV. I mean, if Duke and North Carolina play again, heck, I'm going to watch it. I'm just saying it had a more ACC feel in Greensboro.
Yeah, there's just always been certain venues. The Big East, when it was in Madison Square Gardens, I mean, it's just always been something that fits different tournaments.
Yeah,
and Nashville's the one that fits the SEC.
That's right.
Yeah, well, I watched some of the Big East last night just because it was in Madison Square Garden. All right, so basketball is underway with all the major tournaments going. We'll keep you updated on that. The leaderboard update from our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive down there at Sawgrass, where the Players' Championship going on. We are under a massive weather delay, but they did get going today. A couple of guys are well under par.
You got
that Vulcan Tire leaderboard update.
It was actually good scoring conditions before the storm blew in there, and Harold Varner III, Will Zalatoris, Tommy Fleetwood took the most advantage of it. All those guys are at 4 under par, just basically making the turn as the weather hit. But from what I have read from down there, it's going to be an extensive delay. It's a big system moving through.
And we expect it to happen several times throughout the week. That's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
Yeah, anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, locally owned and operated. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Yeah, Jack State women, congratulations to them. They're off to the ASUN Finals. They won last night. You saw it on SportsCenter. It was one of the top 10 plays last night. The Kiana Johnson layup putback there sends them to Florida Gulf Coast on Tuesday night. Is that Tuesday? No, excuse me, on Saturday. They'll play on Saturday. And if they win, they go to their first ever NCAA tournament since they moved up to Division I. So congratulations to Jack State. Colgate punched their ticket last night. Everyone else is playing basketball. Bama tonight after the Mississippi State-South Carolina game around 7:30 against Vandy. Alabama's about a 6-point favorite in that one. UAB and Florida Atlantic, 8:30 tonight on Stadium. And the SWAC quarterfinals, Alabama A&M and FAMU, Florida A&M, at 8:30. You're laughing about what?
Buzz Williams.
Yeah, the jacket's already on.
Yeah, it's one of the most unique looks I've ever seen a coach. He loves to go with a vest and no jacket. It is just a weird look to me.
I mean, he really looks like he's running a saloon.
He does. I do not know why Buzz chooses to do that. He's one of the few coaches still wearing a tie. He's legit wearing a 3-piece suit and he skins off that jacket as quick as he can and gets down to the vest.
One of the things we talked about earlier in the week and the end of last week was Troy Aikman's deal, leaving Fox and going to ESPN. Troy does an interview yesterday out in Texas on Dallas's flagship sports talk station out there, and he lets it be known that the negotiations worked where it was an extension this past year, but left an opening for him to leave in his new contract if he got a better offer. Basically, they couldn't come up to a deal that was Tony Romo-like money, so he basically got one more year on Fox and then was going to be able to negotiate if he got a better deal. And Fox never came back and offered a deal. They basically let him walk without even offering him a deal. So he said, for those that think I'm just chasing the money, I signed a contract. The contract was up. I was able to go into negotiation, buy my contract, got one offer from ESPN and ABC, got that offer, and Fox never gave me an offer at all. So he took it as, I have no choice. I've got one suitor, and I took my suitor. And he was asked about Joe Buck, and he says, I'm hopeful that Joe Buck will join me.
Well, that's really surprising because that's Fox's biggest sports investment is their NFL contract.
Yeah, there's no way Joe Buck's going to leave Fox.
I mean, I wouldn't think so.
Because of the World Series.
But I can't believe they would have let Aikman walk without an offer. I mean, it's one thing to let him walk. I mean, it's one thing to say, hey, too rich for my blood, can't do it. Troy, thank you for the time. We appreciate it. But to not even give him an offer? So that's what he's saying.
Yep.
I did a one-year extension. And they never even came back with another offer.
I think it was a 6 months extension that got him through football season.
Okay, so I got through that season, and they never came back with another offer.
Never gave him an offer.
That is shocking.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, considering he's arguably the best in the business.
Well, I mean, it's your biggest investment, and he's the guy you trust with that investment, unless they thought they had somebody else and didn't want Troy. Sean Payton or somebody like that, which I cannot imagine Sean Payton's going to be better than Troy Aikman.
A lot of football out there, and we talked with Doering about this. Matt Zenitz has his 10 Heisman favorites out there today. He writes with On3 Sports. It's part of our morning rounds of top reads today. And I think the list gets interesting. He thinks this is the top 10 as we approach the season. Now, I don't know about you guys. When you're the favorite, I don't think your chances of winning, if you're the favorite going into the season, is very good. It seems like Marcus Mariota maybe went wire to wire. Never really.
Yeah, I think the guy that I'm guessing is the favorite, just because if I'm Vegas, I'm thinking you're not going to have back-to-back Heisman winners. We haven't seen it since Archie Griffin.
Yeah, but don't you have to make him the favorite still, though?
I think you got to make C.J. Stroud the favorite, and I think this year could be the year. But I think you're going to have two teams have multiple guys on this list, and that's Alabama and Ohio State.
Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud are 1 and 2. This is Matt Zenitz, top 10 Heisman candidates in his opinion. Bijan Robinson is 3rd. And then we talked about this. Caleb Williams is 4 at USC. His Heisman candidacy, in a nutshell, in your opinion, is?
Look, we saw a lot of upside. I find it hard to believe the offensive line is going to be patchwork this year. I think they've got an opportunity to win 10 games possibly, but going 9-3 or 10-2 in the Pac-12, I just don't see him winning a Heisman Trophy. That is far-fetched to me.
Yep. Has him 4th on the list. He's got Will Anderson of Alabama 5.
It should be in the top 5.
Okay, so those are 5 that you probably could put your finger on. The rest of this list, and the Heisman sometimes comes out of nowhere to win it, right?
Is Devin Leary on this list?
I'm going to read them out to you here real quick. Number 6 is Travion Henderson, running back, Ohio State. You could see that, right?
So you can make the argument Bijan is the best running back. Travion, as a true freshman last year, I think will have a better year than Bijan.
Could you close your eyes and see Georgia tight end Brock Bowers win the Heisman?
Tight end, you just can't get enough. I mean, he is so good. So good.
Yeah, but I mean, that's saying rarely does it go to a receiver.
I mean, he'd probably need 20-plus touchdowns. And, I mean, is he going to be able to get that?
8 is Ole Miss running back Zach Evans. A lot of running back there. Number 9 is Tennessee quarterback Hendon Hooker. Now, can you see Hendon Hooker? What would Tennessee have to do?
Win the East.
Yep.
They'd have to get to Atlanta.
Easy. Yeah.
Yeah, they get to Atlanta, and they're a top 5 team. I mean, it's going to be because Hendon Hooker's going to be really good. And the numbers he put up last year were tremendous.
36 total touchdowns.
Find it Hard to believe, though.
Yep.
And number 10 on this list is Dylan Gabriel. I mean, he is the quarterback at Oklahoma, and there's a precedent there, right?
Yeah, but it's a new regime, obviously. That was Lincoln Riley and before him, the Bob Stoops regime. I don't know why I couldn't say Bob Stoops' name, where it was always the quarterback. But Jeff Lebby, I think, is very well respected.
Not one true receiver on this list, LT. And those guys at Ohio State, probably to me, will get a lot more consideration than Travion Henderson, the running back at Ohio State.
Jackson and Jigba Smith. I mean, watching him in the Rose Bowl, and then even Marvin Harrison Jr. I mean, that kid came out of nowhere, but I think Njigba Smith is going to be that receiver to watch this year. But the problem for Ohio State is is it Stroud? Is it Travion?
Right.
Is it Njigba Smith? I mean, you've got so many guys. It's hard to balance that out. But I do think voters look to go a different way.
I agree.
And I brought up the fact that, the Big Ten hasn't had a winner since 2006. So if you put up these crazy numbers a Buckeye does, there's a good chance they get a look.
But if Waddle hadn't gotten hurt at Alabama, I'm not sure Devontae wins it. It probably goes to Mac Jones then, because those numbers are spread out a little bit more, right?
100% have gone to Mac Jones.
And that's what's going to happen with Ohio State. They're going to have so many great receivers.
Yeah.
They probably won't be stockpiled like Devontae had. It'll be spread out a little bit, and then that plays into the quarterback's hand at that point. Very interesting list from Matt Zenitz there. A lot of people on the list that if I'd named 10 wouldn't have made it on there. So that's always intriguing to read. When we come back, we'll get the trash part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Redmond Vodka. Under 120 days now to the World Games. We're fired up for it. The official vodka is our friends at Redmond, and also Charles Barkley's Final Four going on at RedmondVodka.com.
Yeah, come party with Redmond Vodka for March Madness this year. The next round partnering with Redmond Vodka to bring you our biggest March Madness ever. How do you enter? Well, first, register. Go to RedmondVodka.com/Final Pour. Second, on March 13th, the link to Charles Barkley's Final Pour will be emailed to you. Third, submit your picks before the first game. And fourth, share that you've submitted on your social media. Make sure and tag at Redmond Vodka in the next round. Brought to you by Redmond Vodka. Live legendary responsibly, and the next round.
Where will Brown go next? The next round. Your home for the Bracket Challenge.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama. 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Sweeten your day with a dessert from Cookie Dough Magic. Their shop's locally owned in Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville, and offer 13 flavors of edible cookie dough, milkshakes, sundaes, and more. Visit a location today or order online mycookiedoughmagic.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
All right, we're back with you on the next round. Part of our show today being brought to you by Greg from Pell City. But let's bounce around the basketball scoreboard before I tell you about Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. This is a good day of basketball. And we got, and again, I said when we started, the 2 most important games as far as the bubble to me happening in Tampa and in Indianapolis, right? Where they still play that basketball tournament?
Yeah.
It was traditionally in Chicago, but it's in Indy right now.
It's in Indianapolis.
I think that's a better spot for it, too.
I think Chicago's better.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I knew y'all were going to disagree today. It's been one of those days for you, too.
Yep.
So right off the bat, Michigan is out to a really good start there.
Congratulations on your steak win.
It's not a steak win, but it's 41-28 at the half, 41-28 at the half, Michigan. And most people thought they were in already, but this it's them beating Indiana, another bubble team. This puts them in your opinion, right?
Yeah. I think they were probably in anyway. What this does, if Indiana would have won this game and won more, Indiana gets in. Now this eliminates Indiana.
Florida is out of the gate really, really bad against Texas A&M. 9-8 seed winner gets Auburn tomorrow. So regardless, the winner of this game, their tournament likely ends tomorrow. But this is 2 teams on the bubble, and Texas A&M, who is further off the bubble than Florida is, to be honest with you, has surged late and got a big win in Tuscaloosa that sort of got them into the conversation. Now they're leading 26-13. Texas A&M and Florida as they play late in the first, a little past the halfway part of the first there. So that's a big game for the Aggies. I don't know if that gets them in.
I don't think it does. I think the winner of this game needs to get to Saturday. I think with 2 wins, either Florida or A&M is in, but it's going to take 2 wins.
Yeah, Florida win today helps them a lot, though.
Yeah, but you're beating a top 4 seed after this. Like if you win today and then win another one, you've beaten a top 4 seed. So that's maybe enough to get you off the bubble.
This was brought up in break, but I think Mike White's got some issues. There should never be a year that Florida basketball does not make the NCAA tournament. They lose this game. I think there could be some rumors.
Well, I mean, yeah, you wonder if
we
this
should
is
ask Doering that.
If this is not just to get in the tournament, to keep his job right now.
This may not get him in the tournament, but this could cost him his job today if Texas A&M boat rates them. in a second. I don't know why I'm saying boat race today. We all know it's motorboating.
I know. I like motorboating.
Part of our show being brought to you by Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. He usually likes when I tie the conversation that I was having right into his spot, but he does not want me to go from motorboating into Storm Restoration
You want
Roofing.
me to say something?
No. Greg from Pell City on Facebook. You can look him up as well. 205-542-3531. 542-3531. That's his cell number. You can text him. You can call him to get that free no-cost roof inspection. And he's A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, locally owned for over 20 years. He and his wife own the company. This is the owner you're going to be talking to. It's the owner that'll get on your roof most likely. And he'll also come if you have storm damage. Just remember that number. Write it down. Save it in your phone. 205-542-3531. 542-3531. That's Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Bama about 7:30 tonight in Tampa against Vandy. UAB 8:30 tonight against Florida Atlantic. Alabama A&M 8:30 tonight against Florida A&M. All those basketball tournament games happening today. But away from all that, it is time for trash.
After the break, we're going to interview Eric Weihenmayer, who climbed the highest mountain in the world, Mount Everest. But he's gay. He's blind.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, if renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it is time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all of the heavy lifting for you. Their trusted mortgage professionals will help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every single step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Start first. Kelly Clarkson got a divorce. I don't know if you guys knew this.
No, did you?
Yeah,
really?
I heard this story.
I don't think it's breaking news, but here is what it is interesting. She is going to, the singer's 39 years old, got a divorce from Brandon Blackstock. Just got finalized. She will pay a one-time payment, just over $1.3 million. Here's where it gets tricky. Her monthly child support for their two kids, River Rose 7 and Remington Alexander 5, it started February 1st. And typically this will go until the kids are 19. $45,601 a month. Child support.
So he gets $1.3 million though in his pocket.
Right.
And then basically gets
he's getting $500,000 a year.
Yeah, about 20.
Over.
Yeah.
For basically when he has the kids with him. Like
no,
he's like
no, he gets that every month.
Yeah, but it's for when he has the kids.
But it's for when he has the kids because he doesn't. I mean, she's keeping her kids, right? You're not telling me she's giving him the kids.
Oh, no,
right?
no.
Okay.
I mean, look, I think the cycle is, a Tuesday and every weekend or every other weekend, whatever the judge sets up. But what's amazing to me is she's going to have the kids the majority of the time. He's going to get over $45,000 a month.
Yeah, that's the point.
To take them for corn dogs.
Yeah, most guys don't get child support.
Right.
In the world.
That massive amount is crazy.
Yeah.
That really is. This seems so out of whack. Lunsford may know this. Is she not also changing her name? Did I not hear that somewhere?
Changing it from Kelly Clarkson
or
back to because I didn't know she ever changed it to begin with. I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe that was Kelly Clarkson.
Yeah, maybe that was it. Maybe she had legally taken his name, but is still going under the Clarkson name. So she's okay.
She will get both of the Montana properties. Blackstock 45 will pay the Since You've Been Gone singer $2,000 a month while he stays there until June. It's not bad to back the $2,000 out of the $40,000+ $1,000.
Least you can do.
Won't see any other details. I did see. Oh my gosh!
I mean, did she cheat?
In addition to the one-time payment, something went on. Here's another sidebar. She also has to pay the ex $115,000 in spousal support until January 31st of 2024.
So she gave him 1.8.
She's giving him another $2 million, over $2 million, almost $2.5 million in spousal support for the next 2 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, he probably was employed through her somehow. It wasn't working, so this is his payment to do that.
So she has filed to change her name from Kelly Clarkson to Kelly Brienne.
Oh, see, I told you.
Divorce.
Yeah.
I watched her show one time. I thought it was really cluttered. The roommate really likes her show. She apparently did some rendition of "I Will Always Love You" that made Dolly Parton cry the other night.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah.
They're friends.
I don't understand though. Maybe the Clarkson name just carries a bad.
It's her dad, apparently. According to MSN, she was born Kelly Brienne Clarkson, so that's her middle name, and she wants to make that her legal last name. She had a tumultuous relationship with her late father, and of course Clarkson, his family name.
So the old man's dead?
Well, that's the song. It's not Other Side of the Street, but it's that slow song she has when she cries the first time she sang it in concert, where something she always looks both ways on the other side of whatever. You guys know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
You've made your career though on that last name. It is kind of weird.
That is
her ex is Reba McEntire's son too.
But
he has to come from money too.
She was married to Reba's kid?
Yeah.
Oh, Reba's kid.
Was it Reba that had to go with Ken Stabler, or was it? That
was Bonnie Raitt.
It was Bonnie Raitt.
Yeah.
Was that in Floribama?
I don't know the entire story.
Hey, is it true an urban legend that basically Snake's Kenny Stabler's bedroom on Ono Island had like a retractable roof, like he could?
I'd heard that before.
Hit a button and the roof opened
His
up.
bedroom?
Yeah, I've heard that before. No, I've heard that, Jim. Yeah. I don't know if it's true or not.
That he could be laying there with a lady and just open up the roof and be under the Alabama stars.
Why wouldn't you, right?
If you can afford it.
Okay, so if you guys ever go hiking in northern Arizona and winter weather comes in and you have to call the authorities to bail you out, do you think you go back?
I'm where now?
You're in northern Arizona.
No, not if
no.
I never go do anything again if I have to call the authorities to bail me out.
I'm so embarrassed at that point.
Yeah.
So 28-year-old Philip Vasto said in an online post after the incident, warning, unless you are an experienced alpine mountaineer, all caps, do not attempt Humphreys Peak in the winter. There is so much snow that it is difficult to follow the trail and very easy to fall off of it. Moreover, the wind is absolutely brutal. Now, the Brooklyn man first called 911 last Wednesday at 7 o'clock, said he was lost while hiking the trail. During the first rescue, tracked vehicles from the ski resort that travel on snow drove Vasto off the mountain, and he declined medical attention. 5 o'clock the next day, had to call 911 again.
Guys.
The next day.
Hey, it's me again.
Said he needed help after he injured himself in a fall near a ridge on Humphreys Trail.
Well, look, the first one.
See you guys on Tuesday.
Yeah,
I almost charged him for the second one.
That's what I'm saying. The first one, I guess, is on the house. The second one, you're paying me.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, if this is true, Chris says her husband also has his own money. He's Blake Shelton's agent.
That's apparently how they met. It says he was a talent manager and then stepson of Reba McEntire, but still related to Reba McEntire. But that's basically how they met. So he managed other people too.
So Blake Shelton
money regardless.
Blake Shelton's pretty big deal, especially from The Voice. I mean, he's bigger now because of The Voice. And wasn't Kelly on The Voice for a while?
Mm-hmm. She was.
But I don't see how.
I mean, she could be burning some bridges here.
Yeah, but I don't see how. If he's got that kind of gig, he's making pretty good cash.
That's what I would assume.
Yeah,
how's he getting spousal support?
I don't know, man. This is something she agreed on. So there must be probably an NDA with this.
Yeah.
I'm guessing.
I don't know, man.
Because most judges, if you've got income coming in, would look at this.
Yes.
And there's just
especially
no
the kind of income this guy's got.
So I won't get deep into this story that Lunsford has pulled, but an 18-year-old has been arrested 8 times since New Year's Eve. He's finally in jail. The first one happened on New Year's Eve, stolen car. Second one, 11 days later, stolen car. Day after that, stolen car.
Oh, wait a minute. I see a pattern developing.
8 days later, stolen car.
Yeah.
Would it not be easier if government just gave him the Uber app?
12 days later,
at least we could track him.
Stolen car. Tell me if you can do this. 6 days later, stolen car. 10 days later, stolen car. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. He finally put him in jail.
I just can't get the right one.
I'll tell you, I'm bad about this. I even do it when it's hot. That's like my car to warm up a little bit. I'll pre-crank my car and leave it sitting there a little bit. Now, I assume I do it remotely. Fancy car. You can't drive off with my car, right, if you don't have the key fob?
No. Yeah, once you put it in drive, it goes dead.
Okay.
Or at least that's the way mine works. Like when you do the remote crank and you try to put it in drive, it goes dead.
Yeah, but I've had friends who have lost cars because they went out and cranked it and left the keys in there and went back inside.
You can drive the heck out of that one. Yeah.
The theme today is obviously people doing things in bulk. We've got Columbia man.
Kelly Clarkson.
2 felonies in connection with a weekend shooting. Police were called to investigate an incident. The reason for the dispute, the victim says Tyler Matthews, 21, was trying to call the victim's dog over to him away from the victim, and the victim told Matthews to stop. That's when Matthews pulled out a rifle and began firing at the victim, causing his injuries. Now, Matthews told police that the victim was, quote, messing with my energy and that the victim was harassing him by shining lights into his car window and training his dog to bark specifically at him. Police say they found Matthews with a rifle at the crime scene. Matthews put the rifle down when police ordered him to do so, but resisted arrest. Officers found an injured man who was taken to a hospital and was stable. He was charged with unlawful use of a weapon and a misdemeanor resisting arrest.
I've never really given this much thought, but since you said that, like if you're out walking Lady Bird and somebody just randomly tries to call Lady Bird over, is that a foul?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if somebody, normally the way it works, because we take Lady Bird to the park all the time.
Yeah, they ask first, hey,
hey,
can I pet your dog?
If I pet your dog?
Yeah, my daughter does it. My little one loves dogs. I mean, she loves petting dogs, but I've taught her you always ask first. You don't just assume.
That's the way to do it. And you want to make sure that the dog's always friendly.
Right.
Like, for whatever reason, some people are intimidated by Lady Bird. They think, like I've had somebody say, does she have pit bull in her? I'm like, it's a Vizsla. It's a Hungarian bird dog. But I tell everybody that she has never snapped. She's got the best disposition in the world.
But if I'm a little person, if I'm 5 years old, your dog is big and she gets excited. She's taller than the 5-year-old.
She can knock a kid down. But she is really good around kids.
Yeah.
So we've got a Walmart employee faces charges after police say he stole money from a woman's wallet on March 5th. Travis Dixon, 45, was working as a cart pusher when he found a wallet in one of the carts. Instead of turning the wallet in, decided to look through the wallet. That's where he found $800 in cash.
Okay.
Now, Dixon didn't realize when he grabbed the wallet that he was in a Walmart, apparently, because they got a lot of cameras. That's when police found Dixon taking the money out of the wallet. They confronted him. They found the money on him along with a controlled substance and drug paraphernalia.
Oh, there you go.
Do you have a picture for our last story? Okay.
Uh-oh. Let's
This
just
is,
get the picture.
boy, quite the story. Guess it kind of reminds us, if we haven't brought this up, we need 7,000 followers by Monday, and what's going to happen?
Dunaway's going to be in a singlet.
Or 7,000 YouTube subscribers.
7,000 YouTube subscribers by Monday. Dunaway wears a singlet on the show at some point.
So,
and I would say probably the wrestling protective cup that goes with it, just to keep this from happening.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
A teacher is being investigated after wearing a tight red morph suit. I didn't know that's what was considered a morph suit to World Book Day. Martin Tunstall works at the Broxburn Academy in Scotland, and issues were raised when he started approaching pupils dressed as, quote, Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Doesn't really look like Spider-Man.
No,
not quite.
Looks like creepy old man that is being a creepy old man.
Yep. And I can see his web ejector.
Oh, that's what it says here.
Oh, God.
Yeah, no. They said, quote, guy teacher at my little cousin's school has been fired for dressing up World Book Day in one of those morph suits, not knowing that his DB and the lot were on show for everyone.
I believe he knew. Wow.
I think he did too.
That guy.
I would
Cold
search
outside.
I'd search that guy's computer.
Yeah. I say we keep our eye on him.
That is Trash Today, brought to you by
our friends at Mortgage Right. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living in MLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
A couple of bad calls against Michigan, and Florida has made a little bit of a run, so things are getting tight in basketball. This show being brought to you in part this hour by our friends at Champy's on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Open for lunch, catering, and everything you need. Great Southern food. Sterling and the crew there. They'll feed your little league team, your travel soccer, lacrosse teams, whatever. Highway 119 in Alabaster, champyschicken.com.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here for our friends at Way to Wellness. It's been about a month since we started our weight loss challenge, and thanks to Leslie and the crew over at Way to Wellness, I am down over 30 pounds. I can really tell the difference in such a short period of time, and guess what? You can too. Visit aplanforme.com to learn more about how you can start living a healthier lifestyle, and then see if you can beat us here at the next round as we continue to lose weight and feel great. That's aplanforme.com for more information from our friends at Way to Wellness.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama. 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here for the next round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Did you know that many professional athletes have their shoes custom fitted to their feet? At New Balance Birmingham, we think everyone should have perfect fitting shoes. So our in-store fit specialists take precise measurements to determine your foot size, shape, and gait before matching you with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
All right, part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. I just sent out a Cowan Equipment poll question. I just want to know how some of you feel here. If the question is this: if you're Kelly Clarkson's ex, would you accept child support and spousal support? Yes or no? It's a very simple question. You can go vote right now at Next Round Live. At Next Round Live. Step into the screen. Let's see what's happening on the right.
Wait, real quick, why would you not accept it?
Zoom in. You don't have to zoom in, but here's what's happening over here. Brown has got a hole in our Redmond Vodka Next Round styrofoam cup that he's using today.
And I poured water in it. I don't know what to do here.
And now he's got an old school still working and is hitting, I would say right now, about as much as Jaden Shackelford from outside.
I know, as much as Indiana. Hey,
What do you want me to do? What do you want me to
Dunaway, why would he not accept the spousal support?
Well, I mean, it's a personal thing for you guys if you want to, but if I'm married, I'm a man, and I'm making a good living.
I thought you were all about equality.
I am, but I am also a man who I'm making a good living. I don't need her support.
Depends on how the divorce went.
I don't need her support. If she cheated on me, then I don't want her money. And if I can still put a roof over my head and provide for my kids, I don't want her money.
Yeah, I'm with Dunaway on this.
I don't want her money.
Yeah.
I think I would take the money.
I wouldn't take the money. I wouldn't.
I'm with Dunaway.
If something happened, like if she did cheat, then at that point,
I don't want her money.
There's a reason she's getting the money, whether it's cheating or not. Like, she was the breadwinner, and going into this relationship, I mean, she was crushing it. So that's why she's paying.
I mean, if he is everything that the Farmfolio chat room says he is, which is Blake Shelton's, representative. He's got a piece of Blake Shelton. Now, if we've got two properties in Montana that are not connected by a river,
but she's getting both.
I would want one of those. I would want that because land is land and that, but I don't need her to pay for my light bill, my cable bill, or any of that stuff. It's just not the way I was raised.
Did you just call it the light bill?
Yeah, that's the way I was raised, bro. It's the light bill.
Light bill.
I
think if you call it the light bill, you probably need her money.
I mean, you can act all not Southern you want.
I've never called it the light bill.
You've never called it the light
it's
bill.
the power bill.
Okay, another poll question is going out. Have you ever called it the light bill?
I bet
you have.
I bet it's about 50-50 on that.
I called it the light
If
bill.
you call it the light bill, you need this money.
But you are the most politically correct of the three of us, by far. So
I am by far the most politically correct, but I am also
and you're the one women's rights and equality and all that kind of stuff. So it works both ways.
It doesn't mean I have to give up being a guy. That I think women deserve equal pay and this and that. That doesn't mean.
Well, if they deserve equal pay, then they should. The alimony should be the same thing.
I just don't believe that. I don't believe that.
That does seem contradictory.
Yeah, really, you are contradicting.
I'm a contradictory guy.
Yeah, sure, a living contradiction.
Anyway, I would take Kelly Clarkson's money because she's printing the money, and you can put that money, you can put it to their schooling. Once you're dead, your kids can inherit that money.
Well, she can give that to the. She's keeping the
and
kids.
He might be starting a new family.
He may be. He may be. And if
I would with that money.
I would too, but I would do it with my own money, and we'd pay my own light bill. That's Cowan Equipment. It's a poll question.
If you're having a hard time finding the new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from our rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Riley says between the Kelly Clarkson money and his mom's help, Reba, he should be okay, though mom may like Kelly better right now. Yeah. Mason, got my bracket entry locked in for the Redmont Vodka Final Pour Challenge with Next Round Live. Let's win this thing. And apparently your turnout so far so good for our own bracket challenge. We're doing it at nextroundlive.com. Go get your space saved so you're ready to enter your bracket on Sunday. Nextroundlive.com. Nextroundlive.com is the bracket challenge brought to you by Exclusive Auto Wholesale. And maybe you can win the bracket. It's going to be as much about bragging rights or anything, but we got a handful of prizes for you, plus $1,000 cold, hard American cash that we will give it to. We will not pay you like Odell Beckham gets his in cryptocurrency. We will pay you in cash, which gets me to the question. Brown, I know you know the answer to this. Better market, is it bearish or bullish?
Bull means it is going a lot of buyers.
Yeah, we entered officially the bearish market yesterday. It's got to be a 20% drop over a certain period of time to be bearish. You know why it's called bearish and bullish?
Are you talking about in the stock market?
Yeah, why they got the name bearish and bullish.
I do not know that.
I don't know.
I didn't know either until I read it this morning. Bullish and bearish. Bearish means stocks are going down, the market is down, as I said, 20% to be officially called a bearish market.
Have you ever seen The Bull on Wall Street?
Yes, I have. But a bearish market, bears attack downward when they attack. Bulls raise their horns when they attack.
Never knew that.
And that is why they got those names. A bearish market is a dropping market. That? A bullish market is a rising market.
Would much rather be attacked by the bull.
Well, especially if you've got money invested.
Yeah.
That's the market I want to be in.
By the way, Syracuse without Buddy Boeheim playing their you-know-what's off against Duke right now, 34-33 with 2:30 to play, and the Syracuse team is all into this thing.
I don't think it is possible. I was thinking about this during the commercial break to find two less likable situations than these two to play one another for me.
Kay and Boeheim, Syracuse and Duke fans.
I don't like anybody involved in this. Not one. There's nobody involved in this that I think I like.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you.
I have never liked Syracuse and Boeheim. I cannot stand Jim Boeheim. And I grew up, growing up, if you had to pick Duke, North Carolina, I went Carolina. Yeah. Not that I was a big Carolina fan, but in that rivalry I was.
I would tell you that it looks like the officials in this game, just a little bit I've been able to watch, did not like them suspending Buddy Boeheim, because if Duke is breathing wrong right now, they're getting called for a foul.
Wow, they didn't like getting second-guessed, huh?
They didn't like getting second-guessed yesterday. Even though it's a 7-6 foul, there's some ticky-tacks on the Duke Blue Devils there. All right, we approach the top of the hour. We've got Bryan Hodgson from the Alabama bench. He's the assistant coach. He'll join us next. Jay Heaps later on. We'll talk a little basketball with Bryan coming up. The show being brought to you by the great folks at Nichols Outfitters, ready for you to be outside this spring.
Oh, who's not ready to be outside? And by the way, you purchase a Christensen 30 caliber or smaller, you get a free silencer with your purchase. Those of you that know, that can mean big savings with your gear, and it will not last long. Hurry down and see the guys with world-class service in guns, archery, and all things outdoors. Nichols Outfitters, exit 242 off I-65 in Pelham.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Vulcan here. A century of reaching for the stars has taught me a lot. For one, your arm gets really stiff, but it is cast iron. For two, the stars not only fell on Alabama, they opened a First Bank branch in Homewood with local banking stars and community banking with a 5-star rating. Big banks? First Bank outshines them hands down. Hands down, that would be a relief.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened their new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, and they'll be opening new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville in the next few weeks. My friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience. ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, final hour of the show. We'll run through some early scores for you, but the Players' Championship still on pause very early in the first round at Sawgrass, so no need to update you on that, but I will tell you the headlines are being brought to you by our friends at Wayne's.
Get that barefoot good summer lawn. You got to start it right now with Wayne's. Get that 1-year EnviroLawn agreement like we all have on the show, and your first month is free with the code TNR for the next round. That helps us, and it helps you save, more importantly. When you call 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1, let Wayne's create your happy place. They exclusively handle us on the show for all our pest control, termites, and yard care. 866-WAYNES-1.
All right, in the Big Ten tournament, Michigan leading Indiana with 11:50 to play, 60-43 in that contest. At the half, in the ACC tournament, Syracuse without Buddy Boeheim, 40-38 the score there, with Syracuse up by 2. Approaching the end of the first half, Providence leading Butler. That's in the Big East tournament. And down at the SEC tournament, Texas A&M leading Florida 33-25. They've gone to the half in that one. Winner of that game against Auburn tomorrow. More on Auburn in a second. First, Nate Oates in Alabama get Vanderbilt tonight. We'll hear from Bryan Hodgson, who will join us from Tampa momentarily. But Nate Oates yesterday, actually earlier this week, talking about why the defense is struggling for his basketball team.
I know you follow the analytics closely. In terms of your turnovers, how do they break down? What is the consistent thing that you see within the turnovers with the live ball passing? How's it work?
It's been inconsistent is what it's been. It's, last game we had 16 steals, or, LSU had 16 steals, so there's 16 live ball turnovers. Some other games, charges, travels, step out of bounds, been more of the dead ball ones, which those are a lot easier to defend. Like, they scored 23 points off our 21 turnovers. That's over a fourth their points. It's our offense isn't giving our defense a chance.
That's Nate Oates there talking. Before they head to Tampa, they had a practice yesterday. Auburn plays the winner of that Florida-Texas A&M game that's ongoing right now. Tournament time is happening. And then, of course, tonight, UAB 8:30 against Florida Atlantic out in Frisco. Blazers need to win that tournament. SWAC tonight, Alabama A&M, Florida A&M, 8:30. That's the quarters of the SWAC. A&M, one bid league, needs to win that.
All right, Bama Vandy tonight. Coach Bryan Hodgson joins us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline from down in Tampa. Good morning, Coach, or good afternoon, actually, Coach. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, all is well down here. How are you guys?
Doing wonderful. Thanks a lot. When you get to this point in conference tournament time, these teams you have seen, how much does the scouting change from what you have previously done? How much of what you previously scouted on Vandy is even applicable as you get ready for this?
It's a lot is applicable, to be honest with you. What you really want to do is go back and kind of look at the mistakes you made the first time around and clean those up. Obviously, having the advantage of playing them recently, they were fresh in our mind, and we knew some things that we should have done better at their place, and you're able to show fresh clips that the guys remember, and it really does give you an advantage.
18 turnovers when you guys played Nashville. I know you're sick of hearing about the turnovers, but as a coach, you guys are 320th nationally, almost 14.5 per game. How do you coach guys to not turn the basketball over?
That's a great question. I mean, it's the turnovers, like you said. Obviously, we want to eliminate live ball turnovers. Those are the worst ones. We want to put ourselves in a position to get back and be able to get our defense set. So the biggest thing is just making the right read, making the easy pass instead of trying to hit the home run play. Sticking with what we've told them to do offensively, and just slowing down a little bit with the basketball.
I'm interested, Bryan, because there has been so much good that has happened this year, and there's been some dips as well that you guys aren't happy with. Where do you think the locker room is going into this tournament, and more importantly, next week's tournament? Because there are so many things that happened this year that have been so good, but it seems like the conversation lately has been more negative. Where are the guys themselves mentally right now?
We're in a great spot. I'll be honest with you. Guys know the task at hand. Guys are fired up. We've had maybe our best 3 days of practice, back to back all year. The guys know what's at stake. Everybody's kind of rallied around each other, and we tune the negative out. One of the best things you just said is we're talking about the tournament after this tournament. Well, we pretty much know we're going to be in that one, and that's a feeling that Alabama basketball hasn't had before. To be in this position right now, haven't played a game in the ACC tournament yet, but we pretty much know that we're going to be playing in the big dance. So our guys know, all we can do at this point is improve our seeding, get better as a team, start to play better at the right time, and I think you'll see that.
Alabama coach Bryan Hodgson with us for a few more moments on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. We played the sound earlier, and I don't think Scottie Pippen Jr. was, trying to be disrespectful or whatever, but he point blank said we wanted to play Alabama. We think they're a beatable team. At this point of the year, does stuff like that even make it into the locker room to players? Is that any further motivation?
It is. We don't talk about it as a staff, but I'll just let it be known that our players heard it. They know that it was said, and I think they definitely use it as motivation. If a guy comes out and says, "Hey, I want to play you," I think that's something you should take personal. I don't think Scotty's wrong for saying it. I think he's a competitive kid, and they lost by 2 at their place. He's fired up, so there's no hard feelings. But our guys definitely heard the comment, and I think they take that into account, and I think they'll be ready to go tonight.
And Pippen Jr., a little over 20 points per game, leads the conference right now in scoring. How do you defend a guy like him?
Biggest thing is guarding him without fouling. He's number 1 in the country in fouls drawn per 40 minutes. He's drawn 7.7 fouls in 40 minutes. He shot 18 free throws against us at their place and made 14 of them. So, my deal is take 10 of those free throws away. Take 10 made free throws away from him. Stop sending him to the line on the simple things. He's very good with the shot fakes and the jabs. Being disciplined when you're guarding him. And then you got to guard him for multiple efforts. Once he gets off the ball, you've got to have the mentality that he's going to get it right back. And he does that at a high level, and he's one of the best scorers in the country.
One more before you go, and I set when I'm at the games, my media seat is right behind the 2 guys, and I don't even know what you call them, part of your staff, but they are crunching numbers in front of me left and right. And then during every timeout, you have a runner that comes over. They hand them a sheet of paper from some kind of math problem they've done, and they run it over to you guys at the bench. What are you learning from that every timeout group of numbers, of metrics that are sent over there? What are you getting on that sheet?
We're getting our offensive points per possession for the last 4 minutes between media timeouts. We're getting our defensive points per possession for the last 4 minutes between the media timeouts. Then we're also getting our blue-collar points, floor dives, rebounds, tips, deflections, charges taken. So it just gives us an idea of how hard we're playing on each end of the floor, where our effort's at. we call each one of those 4-minute segments between the media timeouts. We call those 4-minute wars, and we want to win those. We want to win all of them. So we even track the other team's blue collar points, so we know where we're at compared to them, and we take those numbers and we address them in the timeouts.
I don't know those guys' names because they worked so hard during the game. I don't want to interrupt them. But would you trust them doing Would you trust them doing your taxes?
Yeah, 100%. Those guys are all numbers guys. If Nate Oates trusts them to calculate our points per possession in the middle of an SEC game, I'll let them do my taxes anyway.
Here's Alabama assistant Bryan Hodgson, the Crimson Tide, taking on Vandy tonight down in Tampa. Good luck, Coach. We appreciate the time.
Thanks for having me, fellas.
All right, take care. Thank you. That is the coach with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You've never told me this.
They are amazing, Brown. They've got a fleet of computers in front of them, and they are doing stuff the entire time. And every time there's a timeout, they grab a blank sheet of paper. It's got some stuff printed on it, sort of a platelet printed there that they start filling out.
A template.
Yeah, a template. Excuse me. They've cut themselves a paper cut, and they've got some platelets on it. So they got a template, and they're filling it out real quick. And then here comes the one guy who has to run from the bench, and it's like stock market, man.
Trade it.
Trade it now.
Yeah, sell.
And then that guy has to run it over there, and they hand it to the assistant. Nate looks at it, and then usually lately he's been like,
throws his hands up.
Throws it down, rips it and shreds and throws it in front of Shackelford's face.
What are we doing?
Yeah, no, but
that's interesting. I didn't know that.
It really is. They really rely on the numbers.
Well, that seems like a stressful job.
It is. Those guys they're doing math nonstop and not one calculator, Brown. They were just doing it in their head there. It's pretty
you said
amazing.
They got computers?
Well, I'm sure it's a program they're working on, but it's pretty entertaining to watch it work. Our buddy Colton Houston probably owns the software to that, knowing him.
He could,
as he's swimming in his.
I wish I did.
As he's swimming in the gold bullion of his house right now, probably. All right, so Alabama tonight. You heard him say that they have actually heard. They've heard the comment.
Yeah, he said the coaches didn't use it, but the team is aware of it. And I would hope so. I mean, like he said, when somebody says they want to play you, there's one of two reasons. You're either the best team in the country, and they want to try to knock off the best team in the country, or they think they can beat you.
Honestly,
that's the only reason you want to
watching Pippen Jr. play, he plays soft. And going
a
back
lot of
to
people call him a flopper.
Point that you had, I'm hard fouls tonight, and I'm emphasizing that. Look, we don't want any flagrants, but we're fouling this kid.
That's
hard.
right.
He's
Make him know you're
points.
there. Make him know you're there.
And you heard Coach there saying, "Hey, look, you don't want to put him at the line because he's so good, but get in his head."
Yeah, let him know. Let him know. Here's the comments. If you missed it earlier, we played this very early in the show. We're looking for cut number 6, Scottie Pippen Jr. After the win last night, you do news conferences. They go out and they beat Georgia 86-51. And then, Alabama's next for you, Scottie. What do you think of that game?
It was a very winnable game for us. It was a close game down the stretch. Jordan and I both made some mistakes. We've been talking about that. We want to take back. We were right there. So, we go into this game with a chip on our shoulder. They're a very beatable team, a team that we wanted to play.
Yeah. I mean, again, there's nothing he's – and Coach Hodgson even said that. Like, I got no problem with Scottie saying what he said, but you better believe we're aware he said it.
That's right. But he's right, and he's fired up just like, you should be fired up for your game. Nothing wrong with that at all, but dang sure you better take that as a wake-up call if you're wearing the crimson tonight or the white, whichever they're in tonight.
Yeah, I don't know. But you would like to think you wouldn't need extra motivation in tournament time, but I guess you always maybe need a little extra motivation that could give it to you.
If Bama was to lose this game, again, I know, Ken Pom, RPI, everything is really strong for this team. Where do you guys think they fall seeding?
If Alabama loses this game?
Yeah.
6.
I think 3 consecutive losses.
I think 6 is the basement.
I think 6 –
I think they could fall to a 7.
I don't think they can fall. Well, here's how that could happen, LT. You're 6, slotted to 6, and then they get in there and they can move you one up or one down on how they want the bracket to work. Like if they got some early rematches or conferences rematches that would come too early in the tournament, they can move you around if you're a 6 up to a 5 or down to a 7 to sort of make the bracket work out. So, there's a chance they could be a 7. I don't think there's any way they could be an 8. I don't think there's any way they could be a 4. And I'm almost to the point.
No, they could play their way to a 3 if they were to win this tournament.
Ooh, boy, that's awful.
I think they need to win the tournament to even think about a 4.
to get to a 4.
I don't know, man. I mean, everybody's got them as a solid 5 right now.
They do. That's why I say 6 is the basement. And I'm just looking. I pulled up Jerry Palm because it's the easiest to get to. Somebody's got to pass them if they fall to a 7, and his 7s are Seton Hall, Iowa State, and Ohio State. Now, there's still a lot of conference tournaments to be played, but are those teams making a run in their conference tournament? I mean, they've got to make a run too to come past Alabama if Alabama's falling backwards, right?
Yeah, a lot of the tournament is set. To your point, right?
Well, yeah, and
somebody's
a lot
got
of
to do
these
something extraordinary to move at this point.
Well, and a lot of these 6 and 7 seeds we're talking about are losing today.
Yep.
Or they're losing tomorrow, and they're not going to Saturday or Sunday. Now, if they go Saturday or Sunday, it may be a different story.
Yeah. TJ says 7's very, very realistic for Alabama if they lose tonight. I think it only is, TJ, if they get moved down. I think 6 or 5 is what they are, regardless of what they do this week.
Yeah, I think, well,
I would agree with you. I think it's 6 or 5.
It's 6 or 5, and then I think they can be moved up or down 1 only for tournament management, and they will let us know that on Selection Sunday.
One of the reasons I would think they could be a 4 is I think it's widely thought that Arkansas is probably a 4. And if Alabama does this, they have won the SEC tournament. They have beaten Arkansas head-to-head. So you could see them jumping Arkansas up to a 4.
I was not counting them winning the tournament. Yeah, winning the tournament absolutely opens that door. Thanks for your comments in the Farmfolio chat room, and thanks to our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com for supporting us so much. We're glad we could help them out a little bit, but boy, you guys have helped us out tremendously, including giving us a ride up to Indianapolis for the national championship.
They are good people there, Rodney and Nick Johnston and that whole crew there at Johnston RV Center, the top-selling travel trailer dealer in the entire state. They got financing available there, and they've got 2 great locations for you. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, exit 334 off 65 in Decatur, and always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. That is JohnstonRVCenter.com.
If you are with us, segment 2, we made a couple of stake bets early in the show just to have fun, as we always do. Typical Dunaway fashion. Michigan was up 17 a few moments ago. In fact, I think it was 17 when we started this segment. 15 minutes later, there's off the iron. It is a 6-point game, run out Indiana, and a luckily play there in the knockout. So 7 to go at the Big Ten
You're
tournament.
still looking great on both of these.
And Michigan's up 6, giving 3 points there. LT's trying to do.
No, I'm just being honest with you. I mean,
Texas
Lunsford is kind of the neutral guy. Would you like to get out of both of your bets right now?
If I could cash out right now, I would.
Yeah.
Texas A&M has handed it to Florida through the first part of this game, 42-29. In that game, one team looks better coached than the other.
You're not kidding. And here's the thing I would say about watching both of these games. Indiana's at least playing like their tournament lives. It's out there.
Yeah, Florida ain't.
And yeah, Florida's just like tapped out. And if you're the committee, I mean, I don't think Florida was in anyway. Again, I think A&M is going to still have to win another game to get in. Florida was going to have to win 2 games and play on Saturday. But this is a pathetic performance from Florida.
You were out of the studio when Dunaway said to me, Brown, I really just want better coach in this game. And there's no doubt he did. Buzz Williams a better coach than
I would
Mike
agree,
White.
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think the record and the resume show you that.
So we're keeping you updated. We're about to go second half Duke and Syracuse, with Syracuse up on Duke at the ACC tournament without Buddy Boeheim, who got suspended the game for a punch yesterday. It would be Coach K's second consecutive loss, and his next loss next week would end his career as the head coach of Duke. Our friends at Bud Light just starting their career with Bud Light Next. Our friends at Bud Light has introduced the newest and biggest innovation in beer with only 80 calories and 0 carbs. It has a light body and crisp taste. Are you ready for what's next for the pool? What's next for the golf course? What's next at the lake, or what's next at the ocean? Yeah, you are. It's Bud Light Next, available now wherever you buy beer.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart system. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone, the New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hello, Vulcan here. Can we talk? Sure, I'm the biggest thing in Birmingham, being 56 feet tall, but big isn't always better. It's what you're big on. Like the great community banking at First Bank's new financial center in Homewood. Their reputation for customer service towers. Bank where you stand tall, without birds perching on your head. No, they're building a nest.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Indiana, 20-2 run right now. 20-2 run over the last 5.5 minutes, and they have taken the lead. They were down 17, and they've taken the lead 63-62.
I think the bigger story right now is what is going on in Brooklyn.
Yeah, the Cuse is running all over Duke. What's going on here?
I really don't know.
And they're down their best player of the Cuse, right? I mean, is the Boeheim kid their best player?
Yeah, he's the leading scorer in the ACC.
Yeah,
he's best player in the ACC. They just kicked him out of it for a game, and it has inspired the Orange. Old Cole Swider's having a good day, though.
Boy, this Duke team, man, they are going to be living in infamy if they can't pull their crap together and play for Coach K. To lose that last home game to Carolina and then be a one and done in the conference tournament.
And then get handed to them by Jack State in the NCAA tournament. That'd be 3 that you'd walk away from going, what just happened?
Your mouth to God's ears.
Hey, part of our show being brought to you by Dr. B.
Yeah, hey, over the past year, noticed a little hair loss, so I asked around, and everyone said call Dr. Beckenstein. He's the best. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration right here in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. Went in last couple of weeks ago now for my consultation with Dr. B, was blown away, all of the options available, even did genetic testing to determine the best treatment for me, waiting to hear back on that. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience and his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, or online at t3hair.net.
It's like a Seinfeld episode. Little Jimmy doesn't want Buddy to never play a game again in Syracuse. So little Jimmy's going off today. Jimmy Boeheim is having a game, and Syracuse is up 52-47 with 15:50 to play.
As much as I despise Jim Boeheim in Syracuse, one of the most amazing things I've ever seen in college basketball was them making that run that year through the Big East tournament to get in.
That's what LT's neighbor says.
Yeah, and this is what they would have to do this year as well. I mean, this is a 500 team. They got to win the whole thing to get in, but they've done it before.
Well, this is the year in the ACC. I mean, the only team that really strikes fear now, Carolina coming off that win against
They're playing
Duke.
pretty well right now.
Yeah, they're a top 25 team finally. But outside of Duke and maybe Carolina, this is a year you can beat anybody in the ACC.
Yeah, Syracuse has done this several times in the last decade, LT's neighbor says. Very average all season, then all of a sudden good in March. He said Watt says the refs will not let Duke lose in the opening round of the NCAA tournament next week.
Well, I'm telling you, man.
They need to get on it.
Little Jimmy is making everything he throws up there today. So
it's talking about next week.
Yeah.
Over there in the Farmfolio chat room, one of you, it's already blown past now, was asking if Coach Hodgson of Alabama, the assistant, reminds anybody of Mountain from Game of Thrones.
Just his profile pic there. I don't think he's quite as big as the Mountain. What was the Mountain? Probably 7'4", 450.
Yeah.
Very large man there. All right, so all of that is happening on screens. No golf happening right now. They had a lightning and weather delay that was going to last an extended period of time. We will talk to Jay Heaps coming up in the next segment about the Legion FC playing at home this Sunday. You can get tickets at bhmlegion.com. Don't bring the pictures up yet, Scott. I want to set the table before we actually show the picture of this spider that is now about to start spreading this year across the east coast of the United States.
So this is a real story. Where'd you get this?
Katie Couric sent this to me in KCM's Topics today. It's a newsletter I get. It's the Joro, Joro, spider. It is from Japan. Likely came over here on shipments from imports from Japan. And
we need to start doing our own shit, you know. It's like everything that gets there's something, this baggage tied with absolutely everything.
It comes in yellow, blue, and red colors, and wait for this, can grow to be the size of the palm of a human hand, or as I tweeted this morning, the size of Kenny Pickett's palm.
Yes, that made me shiver thinking
Okay,
of
here
that.
we go.
All right.
Not picture yet. Hold it. The spiders travel from place to place using a method called ballooning. We've all seen this, right? In which they make a little parachute, basically, with their webbing, and they just send their eggs in flight in the wind. And that's how they spread so quickly.
Okay.
And they are spreading all up and down the East Coast because apparently our environment here is a lot like it is in Japan. So it grows easily. The cool weather, because of their heart rate and metabolism, doesn't kill them.
I don't want to see this.
In the wintertime.
I think we need to find a way to make them extinct.
Tell me they only eat insects. They're not poisonous at all.
They are venomous, Brown.
That's fantastic.
Venomous, Brown. Picture one, please.
Yeesh.
There you go. That's it in the net right there.
Very colorful.
So that's what you will be looking for. There it is in the hand.
Okay, what type of venom are we talking about?
That's I'm getting to that. But
Okay.
what do you think of that? Right? That's on a hand
it's
right there.
It's quite large. Yeah, that's a
It's a big spider. Anybody like spiders?
I do not like spiders.
I don't think anybody likes spiders.
But I tell you what, if a spider can bite me and kill me, I'd rather it be a little bit bigger than smaller. At least I could see it and kill it. See what I'm saying?
They are venomous. Luckily, though, they're harmless to humans and your pets. It only bites when it's been cornered, and when it does, its fangs are generally too small to break through our skin or your dog's fur.
I always heard the daddy long legs.
Yeah.
Their teeth weren't.
But it's got the most venom of any spider, but it can't deliver it. That's the old story.
Do you really believe that, though?
I do not.
Yeah.
Like right now, if I
I'll pick those up. I'll throw one on.
I'll smush them with my hands. But if I gave you one, Brown, would you eat the venomous? The
what? That new spider right there?
No, the daddy long legs one.
Well, no. Why would I eat it?
To wipe off my steaks.
If I gave you something that would kill you, would you eat it?
Yeah, to wipe off your steaks.
That makes sense.
Not. I mean, I like Japanese food better. I might eat that other spider.
So that's now spreading throughout the East Coast. It's an interesting looking bug, by the way.
Well, it's very colorful.
Yeah. Now I've seen some big spiders walking like up to King's Chair at Oak Mountain, hiking up through there, or sometimes we used to walk to LTs through the back. We saw a couple spiders out there on a given morning during the pandemic. Do we ever tell people that occasionally we'd get together at your house and do the show?
Brown and I did the show every day.
Well, we were supposed to be. Yeah, we were supposed to be in our own houses, and we were just like, screw that.
Yeah.
And for a while, you were in studio with Rockstar, and I was at Lance's house with him. And then for a little while, the three of us were at Lance's house, and Rockstar was in studio.
Yeah. And then I said to heck with it, went back in.
Those were some dark days. We were actually, who were we talking to the other day? We were telling a story about something. Oh, I remember. One of our former coworkers was up here, and we were telling a story about that time. That was just a really dark period. I mean, I don't get dark a lot, but when I think back on that, as most people do, is during the pandemic, it was just really a dark period. That was not fun. I love Lance, and I love Lance's house. I got so sick and tired of being in Lance's house. So sick and tired.
The only thing I like was you got to spend a ton of time with your kids.
Yeah, that was A+.
We're 170 days away from the start of college football. We'll talk a little soccer, and also after we talk soccer with Jay Heaps coming up, LT mentioned this to Chris Doering. There's an Adam Rittenberg story at ESPN.com where he takes recruiting and tells you the best quarterback rooms over the next 3 years, this upcoming year and the 2 years after that. So the immediate future quarterback rooms, you may be surprised, I know you will be surprised of at least one team that has the best quarterback room, top 5 quarterback room in college football. We'll talk about that and a little soccer with Jay Heaps, brought to you today by our friends at Bromberg's. If you're looking for that everyday gift that'll make her go, God, I love him, you get it at Bromberg's.
Hey, family owned and operated since 1836, Bromberg's. They have established a solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds, as well as the jewelry timepieces. They are your diamond experts. If you're looking to pop the question, you need to go see our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook at the Summit. You can also view their online store today. Go to brombergs.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
It was 1881 when Seiko began its legacy as a true watch manufacturer, and one of the most significant achievements from Seiko was the creation of the world's first quartz watch, delivering unmatched performance at the time. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at the Mountain Brook store. From the most elegant to the most rugged sports models, Seiko has it all. Available now at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook. Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey guys, Scott Forrester from The Next Round here to tell you that Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risk associated with obesity. I've lost 13 pounds in just 3 weeks. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Salesman, man. Salesman. Oh, lock of the day every day. LT is trending towards winning 2 stakes from me. I cannot believe I've blown a 17-point lead in the Michigan game. Indiana now leads that by 7 with 1:53 to play. They're about to win the game outright and cost me a stake there. You can get winners like LT gave out that one right there earlier in the show at lanceslock.com. It's brought to you every day by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. When something's not running right, draining right, flowing right, or flushing right, you call Adam and Chad. Hemp Hill Services, like your neighbors have been doing since 1954, and they've been with us a long time as well. You know why? Because we trust them to fix it and fix it right the first time. And you know what else we trust? That Adam and Chad are going to give you a fair price. They're going to do the job right. They're going to do a fair price. I mean, what more do you want? That's what you get for all your plumbing, for all your cooling, and all your heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090. What's your lock, LT?
We're going quarterfinals, ACC action back to the Barclays Center. We're watching right now Syracuse and Duke. Tonight, Virginia Tech taking on Notre Dame. Notre Dame's in, even with a loss here. Virginia Tech's got work to do. They need to win a couple of games in this tournament. They've already won one, but they need probably 2 more wins to get in. I like Virginia Tech. They won the earlier meeting, the lone meeting against Notre Dame by 6 earlier this year. Laying 1.5. I'll take the Hokies minus 1.5. That is your lock.
All right, Jay Heaps is president and general manager of the Legion here in Birmingham. He is with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Jay? How are you?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Doing well. Thanks a lot. Before we get to your team, I do want to rewind to the weekend. You played for Coach K at Duke, and I know he's been a big part of your life since. How difficult was it to watch that unfold Saturday night?
It was so strange because it was such a great environment, so festive, and seeing all the guys I played with and former players, and it was a great moment, and then all of a sudden you just felt the game slipping away, and that one stung. I'll be honest with you. You could feel it was a real gut punch because Coach K prides himself on winning those games, and his team's winning those games. So it really, you could feel it, but at the same time, we were all there to honor him and excited about his next step, but where Duke's going.
I swear we'll get to Legion talk here in a second. We'll talk about Sunday's big game, but as you watch Duke, once they get into this NCAA tournament. How nerve-wracking is it going to be? I mean, obviously, look, you played for him, and this is a one-and-done situation, and his next loss is going to be his last.
Yeah, nail-biting. And because it's, you don't have the Leitners and the Battiers and the guys that are 4-year guys, 3-year guys. We have a, really talented team. Even we were talking over the weekend, even guard play with like a Jason Williams or Jay Williams now, or Bobby Hurley, like, you just don't have those guys now, and so you're really at who your matchups are. You're really at what the game is going into it. So I think there's going to be a lot of nail biting, but I tell you, there's some talent on that Duke team. I was super impressed watching them. You always felt like they were going to pull away, and they never did. So that was tough. But if it, at one point it was like an 8-point, 7-point lead, if we were able to stretch that to 10 or 11, I think it's a whole different ballgame.
All right, Jay Heaps is with us. Birmingham Legion. They start the season coming up Sunday at Protective Stadium. BHMLegion.com. $7 tickets. If you're always looking for something to do with the family at a good price, there you go. BHMLegion.com. $7 tickets. Jay, I never wanted to say anything before, but playing at your old facility never felt like it was worthy of the work you guys had put into the organization. I went to the game against Atlanta at Protective Stadium, and it just felt right. It just felt like it was big time. Did you get the same feeling? How happy are you as Protective as a soccer facility?
Yeah, we I really appreciate saying that. We do. I think that the amenities are just first class for fans, and so we've tried to really lower the ticket prices so that anyone in Birmingham can come with their families and really enjoy what we think is a great venue, as you saw when it was soccer specific in that regard. And the field played great. Our players really enjoy being on the field. And so we really want to make this, Birmingham asset and let people come here. But we truly loved playing here that first game. But it wasn't the result we wanted. So I felt like the Duke basketball, like we need to get back out there and play again on Sunday and really put our name out there and play a little bit better. And by the way, we're playing our rival, which is Tampa, and it's on national TV. So we have a lot to play for.
Yeah, what do you learn, though? And again, I know it wasn't the way you wanted the game to go, but you do take a learning experience and some positives out of that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And we knew it was going to be a tough – they were 3 or 4 weeks ahead of us in their preseason. They're already in their third regular season game this weekend. We're on our first. So we knew there was going to be a fitness imbalance. And at the same time, we had just gotten some of our international players in. You forget how – we had 2 players in Ghana that getting them back just because of COVID, where their embassies were working at lower capacity. You run into these challenges. So we got our excuses out of the way, and that's one learning experience. Hey, those guys got in a couple days before the game, so their fitness levels weren't perfect. But now we feel like we've had these 2 weeks to really prepare ourselves and be ready with no excuses, and I think that's important.
BHMLegion.com. We've been telling you for a few weeks about that. BHMLegion.com. You can also buy the tickets there on game day if you decide last moment. But we always encourage you to buy in advance. $7 tickets available. Protective Stadium happening this Sunday, 4:00 kick for Legion FC and the rival Tampa there. I'm interested about the feedback because I talked to some local fans who were there in Atlanta gear for games in Atlanta, and they said that some of them, that was their first Legion game to go to, and they would be back, that they loved the atmosphere and everything. Do you think you're getting a handful of new fans every time you're going to step on the field at Protective Stadium? Do you get that response, that feel, Jay?
We hope. That was one of the issues was where we played, at the last venue. People didn't know exactly where that was. It was on a campus. But now we feel like, hey, we staked our name. We're here. People know who we are. They know where we play now. I mean, everyone knows about the stadium. They know that we're in the stadium. So the idea is, come out, enjoy. And that's the one thing we feel, come see a game and make a, your decision after that. But that's why it's an affordable ticket. But come to a game, see these players play. And that's the one thing I know they won't be disappointed is the level of play. I've had, not just Atlanta United, but other MLS counterparts say, hey, you guys play a great brand of soccer. You guys, do it the right way. And I completely credit our staff and players for that. And so come out and see it. And that's why we want to do it, at an affordable price, because there shouldn't be any excuse to get down here. It's easy, it's accessible, and the amenities are great.
Yep.
Plus, we got all the beers, right? We got all the beers.
Yes.
Get in here and have a good time.
All right, 4 o'clock Sunday down at Protective Stadium. The Tampa Bay Rowdies in town. As Jay said, a big rival. Should be nice weather, so you can come see the home team there, Legion FC against Tampa Bay. Tickets online, bhmlegion.com. That is bhmlegion.com. Best of luck this weekend, Jay, and best of luck to your Blue Devils as well.
Thank you very much. I got them on right now. I just thought I was looking. It was tied before we started to talk, so I'm going to jump on and watch that game right now.
Yeah, we're good luck. I think the Devils have done better while we're talking.
All right, I like that. Sounds good, guys.
All right, see you, Jay. Thank you.
Right.
Jay Heaps with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Missed traveling call down in Tampa there, but it's now 57-47. Florida's cut it to 10 there. I have lost.
You're going to lose both of these. You are.
I am. I'm going to end up losing both of them.
Florida has got zero heart.
Again,
no
I said this, Lunsford. You couldn't hear it, but when we get the very confident Brown,
Florida's got
it gets
no
interesting.
Heart. No heart. Florida's got no heart. What are you laying here, Dunaway?
I'm getting 2.5 in the text.
You're up 12.5 points right now. Zero chance. Florida's got no heart.
We just missed what we like to call
foul.
We just missed a bunny. Did they call a foul? I mean, they haven't been calling them lately on any of my teams.
No.
Indiana has come back from 17 down. I mean, how many points did Michigan score?
They
scored 9?
They had one basket, I think, in the last 14 minutes.
Yeah, one basket in 14
they had some
minutes.
free throws, but I think it was literally one field goal made in the last 14.
It was the most disastrous second half of basketball for Michigan.
Jawan got done away.
Yeah, they did. What was the win probability at one point?
Oh, it's 99.9.
I pulled it up. It was 95% to cover. At about 12 minutes left to go in the game.
So 12 minutes to go in the game, I had a 95% I was going to cover the game, -3, and win a stake.
And instead, Indiana could have laid 4.5.
And it flips to Indiana winning by 5. They shouldn't get in the tournament just for that performance there.
Hey, how quick did we forget that Juwan Howard story, though? That was the biggest story in sports, and it lasted maybe 24 hours.
Yeah.
That's the way it works, though, in sports. I think what bumped it was Art Briles hiring, wasn't it? Didn't it go
maybe? I can't even keep up with it. I was going to ask you guys.
I mean, there's a little war in Ukraine.
That's what happened. It went Briles, Juwan Howard, Putin, Buddy Boeheim.
This is a win back in the day because of the brand would have gotten Indiana in. Because we're so metric based now,
right?
They've still got work to do. But would you guys give me this is the kind of win that probably would have gotten them in 20 years ago?
Probably so.
The Farmfolio chat room on fire all day long. Greg being funny. Greg from Pell City. Did Jim just say he's seen spiders hiking? That's one big damn spider.
Oh, that is.
Spiders while I'm hiking. The spider itself not hiking there. That's the Farmfolio chat room brought to you by the great folks at Farmfolio.
Hey, if you're worried about inflation, if you're worried about market volatility, let my friends at Farmfolio show you how your investment can turn into cash-flowing farmland property. See more at farmfolio.net.
I now have a headache from losing that stake there. I'm not very happy about that.
Split.
If you want to go see some good softball this weekend, Auburn, number 19 in the country, at home Friday, Saturday, Sunday against Texas A&M as you start SEC play. They've won 13 in a row. Alabama's 20-0, number 2 in the country. They're on the road at number 21, LSU. That's your softball update right there. We're back in a moment to talk a little college football. The best quarterback rooms over the next 3 years. It's the discussion in our final segment next on TNR.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem for a Dry Tech specialist. They're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor.
That's why we can't gamble during the show. Thank God there's just one segment left.
Is it completely throwing you off?
Oh, I care nothing about talking for the next 9 minutes, but I will.
But you're fine with A&M. You're splitting this. A&M is up 13 with 5:39 to go, and Florida has got negative heart.
Shut your pie hole. I'm gonna ban you from the studio here. Mortgage Right brings you this final segment. We're going to talk a little college. We're going to talk college football.
Don't you love the confidence that Brown's got for you?
I mean,
I own a percentage of the studio.
I say you do.
We're the Lego chairs.
I said nothing at all about Indiana, Michigan, but he ain't losing A&M. Florida has got no heart. A&M has outplayed them up and down the floor. A&M's got the better coach.
But you know what you're not factoring in, Brown?
What?
The Dunaway factor.
The Dunaway factor is strong, but it ain't strong enough that Mike White's going to overcome it.
You will read Juwan Howard down.
You will read later tonight that was the worst half of basketball in Michigan history.
Well,
I guarantee
they blew a 17-point lead.
I mean, you will read.
Welcome back, Juwan. Phil Martelli doesn't lose that game.
Yeah, statistically speaking, I promise you tonight, I have not seen one analysis on that game. They will write that was the worst half of organized basketball in Michigan history. Mortgage Right.
Everyone hates a holdup, especially when it comes to buying a new home in such a tight market, but Mortgage Right can help you get ahead of the traffic by getting you an exclusive underwriting pre-approval. Unlike other lenders, Mortgage Right doesn't let your documents collect dust. They actually review them because they know the value of delivering a fast and easy pre-approval. Getting pre-approved puts you ahead of the rest when it comes to buying your dream home because it signals to the buyer that you're serious about the purchase and the funds you'll have to back it up. Get the green light to buy when you visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
So Lance and I went to the restroom at the same time in the last break, and we were walking in the hall. And I just want you, Lance will back this up. I just want you to know how bad I feel when I see this happen to you. Because Lance said, they just blew a 17-point lead. He said, man, Dunaway's one of a kind, isn't he? And he said, I feel bad. I'm thinking about offering him Duke minus the 14. And I told him, I said, man, you got to leave this alone. You can't go back in on him.
You can't do that. Syracuse will get so hot.
No, I was going to take Duke minus 14. Duke was just down 6.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. All of a sudden, Duke would get so hot to win this thing. Football real quick, and then we'll update you on the Cowan Equipment poll question because I'm interested to know. You wanted to bring up one thing about this story from Adam Rittenberg on future quarterback rooms. Next 3 year best quarterback rooms. Nobody's surprised Ohio State's at number 1.
Nope.
USC's at number 2 with the way Lincoln's recruiting who they've got there, and Alabama's number 3. You were blown away at who was number 4.
Well, look, we've said for years if Texas A&M could get quarterback right, they could be a legit contender. They can't get it right. How in the hell do you have Texas A&M at number 4 right now?
I guess because of Connor Wigman, who they think is that good of a quarterback and who they're going to keep signing 5-star quarterbacks.
Yeah, but has he not signed 5-star quarterbacks before?
I guess he has.
I would just assume that he's had them before.
I mean, but see, you've got Georgia at 5, which makes me wonder how you're doing this. Because if Stetson's your quarterback this year, that's eating up 1. Are we still believing Stetson's?
I think Stetson's a good quarterback, and I guess just based on the way, like he hasn't gotten quarterback always right, but he's got a good quarterback room.
Yeah.
So he's actually got them to sign with Georgia.
Point. That's a great point.
Yeah. So I feel like, moving forward, they're just going to get better at quarterback anyway.
The developing story with JT Daniels today, he's looking at Missouri, West Virginia, which would be great for Neil Brown, I think, if JT's any good, and Oregon State. It's been so long since I've seen JT Daniels.
Me too. Oregon State's where he is visiting today, according to Pete Thamel. He's in Corvallis. I thought Missouri was happy with Cook. That's who they went to in the bowl game. And he played well for them in that bowl game, and it seemed like he was the guy going forward, so much so that Baszler, punched out and transferred. So I don't know. We talked to Chris Doering about it earlier, about JT Daniels at Missouri. He certainly does not make them a contender in the East. It's not going to do that. But I think given the choice, don't you think most Missouri fans will say, I'll take JT Daniels?
Yeah. I just wonder how his career is going to be remembered. Because he's now technically, he's spent more time on the campus in Athens than he did in Los Angeles.
Yeah, but he spent more time on the field in Los Angeles than he has in Athens.
Florida has cut it to single digits in Tampa with 4:55 to play in the game.
I told Brown, what did I tell you when we were walking out? Florida will win this game.
Yeah. You did say that.
I hope they win it. Hope they win it by 1.
They got no heart.
Cowan Equipment poll questions brought to you by Cowan Equipment. I used the phrase light bill earlier.
Yeah, and we ask, do you ever call it the light bill? 61% of you do.
I've used light bill before.
Have you really? I don't think I've ever called it the light bill.
I mean,
I'm a millennial. We have way more than lights in our house.
Well, I do too. That's why I don't call it the light bill. It runs my plugs.
No, I think you get that from your parents.
The old light, got to pay the light bill.
And I guarantee you, James Senior's thrown out the light bill a couple of times.
Yeah, we've paid it, not paid it before. Yes. On the flip side of it, if you were Kelly Clarkson's ex-husband, would you take spousal support and child support? Hell yes or no? 87% of you say hell yes, you would.
Mm-hmm.
Brown and I are in the minority here. I wouldn't take a penny from her.
Not in this guy's situation, I wouldn't. Now, if I was destitute, if I was out of a job, different story. But this guy, I bet you, is making pretty good cash.
Yeah.
Now, she's giving him pretty good cash, too.
You know, maybe a one-time payment to where, okay, we've done this together. I've helped your career, helped you get this talk show and all this. I'll take one of the 2 Montana houses and $1 million. Maybe that.
I would like to think, and you never know during these situations, I would like to think that I get with her and say, hey, this did not go the way we designed it, okay?
That's right.
And that's sad, and I blame you for it. I just want you to know I blame you.
I got to say, though.
But what I really care about is our kids. So take that money that you were going to give me. Let's set something up for the kids.
That's right.
You know, if I have the kind of money that
I
guy
would
probably
guess
has.
both of them being in the business, and especially him dealing with contracts, that they just turned it over to the attorneys and let them work it out.
I just would not like getting a check from her on a consistent basis.
You could never be a stay-home dad, right?
I wouldn't want to be. I mean,
Well,
if I needed to be for my kids, yeah, if that's what
Jimmy
I needed
Active.
to do. But I would want to work for a living, and I don't want my ex-wife sending me a check every week. I don't want her.
I think this is so different though from being a stay-home dad.
You know what I don't want? I don't want her sitting around, and let's say you're the ex, saying to her new boy, "Hey, got to write that $45,000 check this month to who over here, blah, blah, blah."
Yeah.
You know what?
And I'll take it.
Yeah, I would not. I would not want any of that. I'd tell her to, goodbye, baby. Goodbye. And that's goodbye for us. Cowan Equipment poll questions. You can go vote at Next Round Live on Twitter. Say a silent prayer for the Aggies down the stretch here.
Yeah, your check would get lost in the mail anyway.
It would. It would. All right, here we go. Back tomorrow live at 9 a.m. Live at 9 a.m. I'll try to get these guys to do their part tomorrow.
Paul says Jim isn't a stay-at-home anything.
Yeah, that's true. I could live on the road. Until next time, God bless you and God bless the United States of America.